Hello. Hello. Oh, yes, it's news, Inoto. It's literally been there for like a week, maybe longer. Bro was on top of it. He recognizes everything. He saw it all right from the get-go. He is on the ball. Hello. Yes, I'm a half an hour earlier because I'm going to try going live earlier now at 21:30 my time. So we'll see how this goes. But yeah, hello. Hello. My brain is cooked, but I'm here. How are people doing? A very quiet Monday. Yeah, usually look at my avatar. Why is that? My eyes are up here, okay? Hold on. Eyes are up here. Up here. That's what you should be looking at. Sure, you only look at my avatar. Sure. That's totally what you do. Well, yes. How's everyone doing? Today's Monday. I hate Mondays. Not gonna lie. On the starting soon. Oh, okay. I thought you were just staring at a game or something, but yeah. It's a Monday. Woohoo! Yay! He's a thighs guy. I know. He's a thighs guy. I'm sorry. So sorry. 1,000 apologies. I'm gonna be just doing some random shit today, and I have something fun, a little bit fun planned. I'm way behind the trends with everyone. I found something fun I want to try out with Sylus, but I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna do it anyway. But we'll do some reacts first before I get to that, and then we'll do some Cage of Roses later. But yeah, I'm trying to think, like, what have I done since yesterday? Not much, because like literally I streamed last night, so there's not much to really update you on. You have that's like, hold on, Eid Mubarak. Did I say it correct? Or Eid Mubarak? I can't remember. I've not said it in such a long last time. Like, I hope that was correct. And also, happy Day of Trans Visibility. Yay, the first one. Woohoo! Yes, we got two great things to celebrate today. Wonderful. So yes, it is Trans Day of Visibility and it's Eid Mubarak. I'm not going to say the name more because I'm probably going to fuck it up eventually because I always fuck stuff up. But yeah. Oh, mama. I just keep stretching. Zenodo betrayed my trust. Okay. That's nothing new. I mean, doesn't everyone betray your trust? Someone betrayed your trust? Oh no. But yeah. Okay. I have definitely some content in the beginning. Don't worry. It's not like anything serious. We've got some reacts that are of the animated style. So don't worry. Oh, boo-hoo. Wah, 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 wah. Oh, you complain about something, don't you, squirrel? You have such a harsh life. I know. First of all, you're French. Second of all, you're a squirrel. Hard time, hard time. But people were sat at the table. I got shot. Oh, he was supposed to take... You want him to take pics of his food. Let him have his peace and quiet. Like, I get it. He got shot. He didn't want to, like, snap pictures of his food. Let the man enjoy it. You know? He'll have his moment. But yeah. At least, you know what? Better non-existent pics than pics that focus on the water stain behind the food. Now we're going to go to react. Fuck you. Why do I say that? Because Squirrel posted a picture of his food and it literally focused on the water stain behind the food on the table rather than the actual food. He too knew how it feels to be nervous taking food pics. Come on me. Whoop, whoop. I gotta scoop my tush that way. There we go. Scooch. It was art. Yes, sure was. It's funny, there's a link in chat, but I can't see who posted it. I'm not rating it. I know you've already posted it on the Discord. I've seen the shit you did. If it's the one with the fucking like Sylus and the baby drag, no, we're not doing this. We're not doing this, Cookie. No. Emo wanted me to distract you at this till she finishes her class for the lesbian game. No, I'm not doing it. ASMR bench bureau. I have plenty of shit to distract me. Trust me. She will have plenty of time to catch up with the game, the thing, because I may or may not have found something to mess around with that's AI. That'll be fun. But it's not like bad artist AI. It's just more like talking to AI. You know, I've got to get my voice in there. It's online anyway. I know she's memeing. But like, Jesus Christ, fucking Ben Shapiro has a horrible voice. I can just listen to Caleb. Blech. But yeah. Okay. So, I bet I'm right about this link. I don't even have to open it. Yep, it's the one. Why are you shooting your shot already with Yubi in chat earlier thinking I won't see it? Cookie, I'm not opening that. VIPs are the only ones that get their links clicked on. There's something missing next to your name. There's no diamond. Oh, how did that happen? Oh, who knows? Crazy things happening around these parts. You need to roll stop. I mean, she keeps trying. She's very tenacious. Let's see, what have we got here first? We got a bunch of good shit here. We got a lot of anime based shit. Surprise! I've also got some other ones. Oh, a 19. That sucks. That's unfortunate. A 19. All right, I'll be fair and I will count that as a 20, but this just one time because it was close. I will count that one as a 20. I'll be fair. Okay. You still gotta get 3 other 20s. Good luck. Those actually have to be 20s. I'll be nice. I'll let that one slide. I can be nice. I can be nice. And I'm not always scary. Careful now. I might eat you alive. Oh no, I'm so scary. Ooh, a woman. So scary. Scary online. Oh no, everybody be scared because I'm going to definitely like end you because you know me in real life. People think I'm scary, apparently. I always find that funny. Sakura is so scary. Oh, because I don't let you say shit without saying, hey, that's kind of fucking wrong. Got it. Got it. So you're scary if you're a woman and you have an opinion online, apparently, and you're, you know, confident in that opinion. Your misogyny is showing, sweetie. Yep. 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 No more Mrs. Nice Bitch here. You think people thought I was scary before. Oh, girl. You haven't seen the half of it. I can't wait until somebody tries me the wrong way and I can really let the scary side out. That's not nice. It's not going to be nice. It's going to be bad. Now you got a ferocious dog. I bet he eats your enemies. No, he actually threw up right before stream. I'm just sitting here. I'm like, oh no! That's the only sound that can wake you up out of a dead sleep with a dog is the puking noise. Same with cats. Like you hear that vomit noise, you're like, oh, and you try to get them to somewhere that's like easy to wipe up once they've vomited. So yeah, he threw his food back up. He ate a little too fast earlier because he's a sensitive boy like that. That dog cannot eat anything. If we ever had a case where like he had to eat in the wild, he'd die. He would die. He would not last. He's such an asshole. He wouldn't last long at all. Okay, so we've got something from Honkai Star Rail, which I've seen here online, which is very nicely animated. This is the Acheron dancing, Black Swan and Acheron dancing scene. She loves to vomit on the carpet because it's nice and soft when they puke. That's why. So yeah. Okay, we're gonna watch this one first. And then I've got some other ones. We got like a Devil May Cry react. If there's the new Asmund Gold gets political from Eamon, which I want to watch because it's always so fucking unhinged. But yeah. But we'll start with something nice first, okay? We'll start with this. This is a nice animation. We can have some nice content first.
Then, how about a dance?
It's from Honkai Star Rail. If you honestly think you're ever going to get me singing, not happening. I can barely fucking sing and carry a tune in my mind. Ah! Holy shit, it's a bear attack. It's a bear attack. Oh my god.
Nando carries him all the time. Oh my god. Oh my god, I start that conspiracy. Yo, okay, let me message Nando right now. Can we start a I'm unironically gonna message him.
Hello,
Hold
chat.
on.
Yes. The Hoyoverse.
Can we start a conspiracy that you boost Hassan's rivals account?
I often wonder how many people clip such.
I'm so dumb.
You know when it really tickles the bear is when you hear this. Okay. That's how you know it's really funny.
Yeah, Hassan pays Nandre. Yeah.
Pays him in what?
You go. Oh, no, it'll be a meme. Don't worry. Don't stress. Okay.
No,
we're not gonna get Asmund fans.
Speaking of Asmund, I have that earlier. I don't know. You might want to look for tomorrow, LB. Eamon did another Asmund Gold video. It came out like maybe an hour ago. It's Asmund Gold gets political. It looks absolutely fucking unhinged. You know, I'll be nice and we can watch this first since people rated in for politics. You know, we don't do politics around here. How you doing? I'm a weirdo. I do lots of anime stuff. You'd never guess I do that stuff, but yes, we're gonna watch this one first since everybody's here. You can have the good shit, and then I'll go back to the lesbians. Okay? Although this repo. I'm sorry. Yeah, but come on. Eamon gets it just right every time.
Hey guys, I wanted to talk to you all about what my reason was for getting suspended on Twitch and also what my plans are going forward. I think this has been something that's a long...
If you haven't seen, he has like a whole model of like basically like... He looks almost like he's a bug trying to molt. That's the best way to put it. He looks like he's a bug in human form, you know?
Time coming.
He just needs some sugar water.
I think that I've been slowly...
wait a second. It all makes sense though. That's why he can't drink water. Oh shit. You ever seen Men in Black where that guy's like always wanting sugar water? Oh my god, he's a fucking bug. Holy shit, it makes sense. Oh my god, yeah, he's a bug. That's why he can only drink soda. He can't drink water. He has to chase it with sugar water. Holy shit, we've got it. He's a fucking bug. Oh man. Yep. That's he's wearing a human skin. I thought we all knew this. I mean, I'm slow. Give me a break, okay? Oh my god.
Devolving into the most psychopathic version of myself. I think that I've been devolving into this.
They go back normal?
I don't like
Eamon
making
is so good
apologies because I think words don't matter. But I do think changed actions and changed behaviors do. And so you can take my apology as hopefully better content.
And shove it up your ass?
And if you're not seeing that, I want you to hold me accountable. Hopefully this time I won't be stupid enough to ignore it.
But oh my god. The way he makes him drink.
My mouth is pretty dry. Anyway,
I wonder why.
I'm just going to focus on myself for a while.
God,
try to improve my own life.
Good.
You guys deserve a much better version of me than what you've been getting. And I hope that I can live up to that in the future.
Oh god. Oh Jesus. Oh god. Oh my god. It is very impressive, yes. Eamon is really good at what he does. And he doesn't do any AR. It's all self-made. Jesus Christ.
Man, it's been a crazy 2 weeks, I'll tell you that. Trump is, he's coming out with some plans. This is the time where you can say elections have consequences. We are in for 4 years of some of the best content that I think we've seen in a long time. So like they're doing this thing with like these deportations where they bring in like celebrities to deport people, and it made me wonder, what is the probability that Tom Homan would let me go with him dressed up as Ash Ketchum with watching them do deportations? Yeah, exactly. That'd be really good content. It would be. Your statement about not voting to disadvantage yourself is really blowing up on X with strong support. Well, of course it is. Of course, it's just a logical perspective to have. Now, there's a bunch of emotionally unstable retards on the internet that like to distort reality. But no, of course, I'm not going to vote for somebody who's going to say that someone else is going to have a privilege that I can't have. Why the fuck would I ever do that? That's the most retarded thing you can imagine. So, no, of course, that's, like, I mean, why don't I just vote to have somebody shoot me? Hawk Westle's a lie? I am, guys, I'm not one of these Holocaust deniers. I think the Holocaust probably happened. I think probably 99% certainty it happened.
The Nazis burned books on gender sciences.
They did do that. It's a bit of a miss. Like, my understanding is that they burned them not because it was gender stuff, but because it was written in Jewish and not German. Look at this. People wonder, are tax dollars used to promote wokeness in video games? Answer is yes. USAID paid Politico millions of dollars a year to write pieces like this one, which promotes diversity and describes Gamergate as disinformation and harassment campaign. So this is the thing, guys.
Eamon, why are you so good at making him look so disgusting?
Because that's what they did. Get rid of them. Make an example of them. Say, listen, this is what happens. Gamers rise up. What goes around? Yep, what goes around comes around. And we're coming. Mute the stream for about a minute.
Several years earlier? Oh, God.
If you don't want to hear something really bad. So I walked down to the store the other day, and I could tell that the back of my pants, my dick and balls, was getting a little bit too cold. Now that doesn't happen a lot. And I look and I realize part of the back of my sweatpants had been eaten away because we had a rat infestation in our house. And one of the rats had gotten trapped in my room, and it had eaten, I guess, sweat and dried cum off of the back of my sweatpants. And the entire back of it was gone.
Eamon, my dude, my buddy, like, how are you able to animate such horrible shit? Like, oh God. How is he able to animate such unhinged shit? First of all, okay, listen. At what point do you guys, no, there's no words for the point that you get where you're going, you know what, guys, I was at the shop and a rat had eaten the ass in my pants and there was like cum and like all kinds of stuff that you'd be like, why, where, what, how, why do people like him? How? Like, okay, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I used to play in a group of people playing Helldivers, and one of them said they watched Asmongold, and I kid you not, they're German. I called them out on the spot, and I said, "What do you watch him for?" I said, "What do you fucking watch him for?" They're like, "You know, his World of Warcraft content." I'm like, "No, you don't. You can't watch just World of Warcraft content and not know what this man is like. If you do, then you are top tier oblivious. Nah." You no. You know what the appeal is? Is the fact that people who watch him are just as fucking disgusting or not as bad and think, oh my God, at least I'm not Asmongold levels of gross. That's what it is. You watch people like that to make yourself feel better because you know you're at least not that bad. And I'm not taking this look off my face because this is exactly just that story has changed my brain chemistry. Girl, I thought I could just avoid some of... No, you can't avoid none of this. This is all just... Blah, blah, blah. Oh, Eamon. Eamon, my man, you had to like make this all sink. You had to listen to this over and over again. Dude, you like did self-harm animating this. Oh my God. The shit people do for art.
Attitude.
Jesus
well, I guess I'm an
Christ.
incel. And I think everybody else should be too. And if there's enough of us, we can change the rules. And I think that's what we should do. Do I want my tax money going towards litigating people that like lollies? No. I think that if you're in this country and you commit any crime that's worse than jaywalking and you're not a citizen, I want you deported. Yep. Get the fuck out. People used to bring their families to watch lynchings. People are more than willing to do something that's horrible if they think that they're doing it for the right reason.
Thanks for watching. Sorry, my Elon missed you video. Oh my God, Elon's next. Oh my God. Make sure you support Elon. He is absolutely like amazing. He does such great work. Yes, it's unhinged, but it's so good. Yeah, if it's scared, then it means he did a good job. I hate to open up another. No, that's okay. That's okay. I know it's a lot. I know he's a lot. It is a lot. It's a lot. That it is. Cold sweat running down my crack. I mean, yeah, you want the link? You can have the link. Here you go. There you go. You're trans. You want to ignore this again? Wait, no, I'm not watching it. No. Cookie, we're going to explain to people why you lost your VIP. Okay? I told Cookie, please don't edit me into certain images like that. I don't want to see them and don't link them to me. She did it. And I warned her before that she would lose her VIP if she did so. Guess what she did? Just that. No, she lost her VIP. That's what happens when you fuck around and find out. She did it. She played a game. She lost. Plain and simple. Yeah. But yeah, sorry about that. Like, about the horrible, you know, then Sakura Ace, and then I gave it to Doof. Sorry about the horrible Eamon shit. We'll cleanse this. We'll cleanse this. Hold on. This is, we like to appreciate anime content, especially lesbian anime content. And this is Honkai Star Rail's animated short of Black Swan and Acheron dancing scene. It's just, you know, it's two ladies dancing. If you've played Honkai Star Rail, you probably know the characters. So, look, brain bleach. This is brain bleach, okay?
First engagement.
Cleanser.
A galaxy ranger, as mysterious as the rumors suggest. A blend of nobility and reticence. Yet, in this nocturnal hunt, the ranger is not the only one who hunts.
This gay shit. It is.
At this distance, you're more enchanting.
Amazing Devil May Cry. I know I've got actually a preview of that as well in the React mix.
Without a doubt, she seeks the Watchmaker's legacy. In this game,
So
everyone lies.
yes, it's very much Whiplash
The
today.
memories do not.
Wanted to give the frogs their shit before they left and be like, hey, look, see? I come bearing things that are not anime.
Just keeps on getting better, doesn't it? Everyone has a past, and the past shapes the present.
You've seen lesbian sexless gay in
Some
this.
people hold on to memories, while others are haunted by them, unable to escape.
Yes,
That is why I took action.
So correct.
I want to know what
is
she
lovely.
is.
The dialogue being had.
Many were drawn to this feast. The IPC, the Garden of
You don't see enough women
Recollection,
dancing together. It's sad.
Fools, the Nameless, and the Annihilation Gang. They should have been present, but Duke Inferno is dead. He and his children won't be attending. What have you done, beautiful ranger? Excuse me. Are you asking me?
like it because it's black and red. It is amazing animation. It is an amazing animation. She got the hand too. You didn't, girl. She flipped it on you.
Who are the Annihilation Gang?
She's like, yep. She's like, girl, what? Then it just goes to this nice little outro. Okay, bro, chill with your outro. 2 funny short clips. What have you got? Oh. Let me copy links. I'm so on top of shit here. Let me just Oop. What have you got? Oh.
Says incel for life.
That's
Aspen is the GOAT. Says incel for life.
says incel for life. Yeesh. Bro, no. If you say anything like that about Asmongold, like, what is your link? You have an extra H. Copy selection. I can't copy link because it was off. How's this one? Fan face. Neural makers. Yes. So fucking true. Oh god, that reminds me. There's this creator I follow who has she does amazing like lads content, but you know, it was you know, basically Eid Mubarak, and she's like the Lulu girlies doing Eid. I love her content so much. She's also the one who's like being a lad's girly during Ramadan. Stay the Lulu girlies. I love her. She's so great. People always give her shit about liking like lads so much, and she does not give a shit, and I love her for it. See? Get all the lovely memes. 3 million, goddamn. You're a weeb during Ramadan. She did the Caleb pull though. We don't like that. We're not fans of Caleb around here. Yeah, she's a great creator. I absolutely love her. All right. You had said something about Devil May Cry, I believe. Ah, interesting that you say we've got the Devil May Cry anime coming up. Boom. There's a sneak peek that came out today of Brothers. So that is worth seeing. I'm probably going to watch it. Yes, 100%. But I'm not going to get like my hopes up for like old school Devil May Cry. I know this is more like accurate to the games, etc. The one I liked was of course a bit more broody because I'm a fucking goth. I like broody shit, but yes, we're going to watch this one. And then I think I might jump into the fun thing I found that I want to try. It's worth it, trust me. I know it's stupid and everybody's fucking done it, but I have not done it. So chill.
Right on time.
Strawberry parfait.
On the bar.
How's this man got a 6-pack and eat this many strawberry parfaits is the other thing. And pizza. Bitch, no. That's how you know he's a fucking demon. Daddy Dante. Oh. We're fans of silver hair around here. Uh-oh. Is it Virgil? Yeah. Is he gonna catch his parfait before it hits the ground? No, not the parfait! God damn. That is Virgil. It is Virgil.
Get them out of here. Go.
It's fucking Virgil.
Dante.
Ah,
Leaving so soon.
it is.
You have much to catch up on, brother. No.
He's so too.
You're
Ooh, that entrance
I'm
is
here.
cunty.
In the flesh.
What's it up, bro?
Oh, you're that demon baby from earlier.
Yeah, sure. What type of bullets you packing, bro? Does he look like the white-haired dude from Box Machine, or is it just me? He does. Have I shown the intro of the first game on stream? A long time ago, I think. Oh, April 3rd. So three more days. But there is one thing that is going to happen this month, and I am going to prep. I've got to figure out what I do every week. This is Silas's birthday month. His birthday card is happening. Now listen. Sylus has not had a birthday event in Lads yet, so that's why it's a big deal. And everybody's kind of collectively losing their shit over it. Because we know Infold's going to fuck it up. Because they already have fucked everything else up. I'm so excited, but I'm also worried at the same time that they're absolutely going to ruin it. And it's going to suck. Speaking of, I have Lads content. Where was it? This is the Love and Deep Space out of context. Let's see how horrible this is.
Homeless right now, and you're talking about it next time.
What?
As long as the bamboo copter flies over the trees,
This motherfucker sounds like Ben Shapiro. He is so horrible.
Caleb will watch TV with me for 30 more minutes. Does that ring a bell?
Why is he tied up, girl?
It's like we say, any man can be a father, but it takes a hot, middle-aged guy with a big job to be a daddy.
Stay here.
Yep. There you go, Amaya.
I've changed my mind now.
I fired and I missed. I
Is
missed
that
again. I
okay?
fired. Had another perfect.
My
Yep.
usual workload in dealing with troublesome patients requires them.
Your final project's due 5 days after his birthday.
Don't talk.
My condolences, Lindy.
But you should still breathe.
Official release, girl. Come on, calm down. I don't know if I can take these out of context. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna look for. Where the fuck is sign? Somebody has favorites here. There we go. Yeah, the bird. I do love the fact when she beats the shit out of the bird. Fuck you, Caleb. We're talking to a fucking bird a lot. Where's the fucking brooch bird?
To brainwash humans with kitty cards has proven to be a phenomenal success so far. We must continue so that the humans shall one day bow before our sharp claws
What in
and
the
shower us
fuck
with
is-
yummy fishies. Earth shall be ours.
Well, we tried.
I'll have you know that I'm also a bard.
Oh God.
Fish.
Why are you two having a stare down in chat?
Oh, they're homegrown and
Okay, no, I can't take it with Caleb. All right, fuck you, Caleb. Nah, bro. Nope, I'm gonna give you shinies again. This is the thing. Sometimes you swing and that's a fucking miss. Here you go. This is fun. This is like, you can kind of see the I guess hype there is around Lads. I think Ewok linked this a little bit back and I missed it. So this is like women in mainland China obsessed with Lads. They're celebrating Raph's birthday, which was already. So they're celebrating. Somebody can draw really good. Oh my God. So they're talking about like boys' day, yeah.
就是说，他创造出来就是为了爱我，我可以毫无保留的向他表示自己，他也会毫无保留的向我展示他的爱。他的爱是很坚定而且忠诚，不会背叛的。
He's created to love you. Raphael's really popular, isn't he? Because he's such a bitch. Yeah, listen, okay. There you go. 500 million US dollars spent on this. In global revenue, it is absolutely nuts. If you saw my fucking Lads presentation, you know that I did with the bear, which was a lot of fun. It is absolutely nuts. 60% of the player base is in mainland China. No joke. 60%. So there's a lot of like in IRL events and things like that. I know that for Silas's birthday, there's so much shit being planned and done by like independent groups and like fans. It's crazy. 500 million. They hit the right spot with this one, but they are taking advantage. 40% shares. Jesus. Yep. China is the largest market for it. Let's be real, the monster hunting ain't that much of it. It ain't. Immersive stories, my ass. Yeah.
因为它满足了我们对于恋爱的幻想，而恋爱本身最大的用处不就是提供情绪价值吗？那既然这个游戏它可以提供的是更多的情绪价值，且不会需要再去安抚去让自己说有些负面的情绪。
Let's be real. I'm going to be real here. And it's about time that women get to be Delulu because men have been Delulu for a really long time. They've had tons of gacha games specifically designed around their interests and what they want. And it's time that women get to have that. And to be honest, a lot of women are fucking fed up of trying to date men. You know, it's just, you know, like I see more and more women saying, I want to date a partner, not a child, and things like that, that some men just get babied or they're not ready to be in a relationship and they're not giving you what you want. Let them have this. Like so many women deserve this. I'm sorry. Men can be Delulu all the time, but women, when they do it, it's like, oh, women are just being weird. My gacha games Taman has both hot men, hot women. That's fine. That's great. But most gacha games are heavily male aimed. That's just how it is. There's very few that are just specifically aimed at female individuals or gays in this case. But unfortunately, they do call you, you know, my lady, etc. I do wish they would have like gender markers that you could change like to like non-binary, male or female. But, you know, one can hope that would be great if they move and do that. But I don't know. I think that maybe messed their game up a bit too much. You found the song? You were looking for a song?
对方带给自己的负面情绪，而都是这样积极的情绪。其实它是一个很有益的一个关系。
Oh Lord, what is the song, Doof? Why do you want me to play this song? Oh, I got you. You were looking for it? Girl, you were on a journey, weren't you? You have so many like Bulgarian language. Yeah. No. Wait, there you go. We won't play all of it. We'll play a snippet. He's the father of Skibbity. Are you serious? He's the father of Skibbity. That's fucking brilliant. We can thank him for Skibbity twins. That's amazing. That's amazing. That's fucking amazing. Okay. I have to close this Amen link because if I have to open that window again, I'm gonna fucking lose it. Wow. Mr. Skibbity. What do you mean, please? No. Because I know it's a meme. We'll do this. You get to watch the rhythm of motion capture, and then I'm going to go into my thing. Ugh. This is a creator that does a lot of motion capture content. He's my granddad's friend. Oh, that's cool. And you got connections, don't you, dude? This is basically, she does motion capture for a living and shows you how important different motions and movements are in order to be good at motion capture. You never really think about what they have to be able to do. Yeah, it makes my animation more fluid. That's just normal, but you have to be more like over exaggerated with it. You can see the differences. Ooh, she does a lot of really great content. So, yes. Okay. So, What are my plans? What are my plans? Did I have the idea to have a conversation with character AI? Yes. But hear me out, because I have questions. I want to see how this reacts. Yeah, please don't. Please. I have an idea. This is funny. Trust me. Please trust me. Because he's always used to having people who are like a little sassy and a little feisty. And I just want to see what happens. Because I have an idea. A horrible idea, but an idea nonetheless. Okay? So give a bitch a break. All right? The thing is prepare for like probably the most cringe shit ever. God, just reading the bold of you, kitten, to try to deceive me like this. If Luke and Kieran didn't find you in time, you could be hurt. What do I do with you? Sneaking out of my room like a little mouse. He calls us a fucking mouse. Should I show you what I do with fugitives? He pins you against the wall and lifts your chin. Oh my God, I'm gonna die. All right, let's call this bitch. This is gonna end bad. What up, bitch?
He chuckles, pressing you even harder against the wall. You really can't behave yourself, can you, little one?
Could you, like, back the fuck up?
But he pulls away from you, crossing his arms, feisty as always. If anything, you're not scared at all.
Oh,
Don't
God.
you realize how much trouble you're in, sweetheart?
Not really. Do you realize that you don't need to, like, be an asshole?
I think you are forgetting who you're talking to.
Why does he sound
A
like
little
he's having a
respect
brain
goes a
aneurysm?
long way. You may not like me, but you need to remember your place.
My place is with my foot on the back of your head, bro.
A hint of a dangerous smirk appears on his lips as he slowly approaches you. Is that right? I'd like to see you try, sweetheart.
Okay, dude, whatever you say.
Leans forward a bit, his breath brushing against your
This
ear.
leans forward shit
Don't you
drives me
dare test
insane.
me, sweetheart. You've already given me enough reasons to put you in your place.
And what place would that be, Mr. Misogynistic asshole? Please do explain.
He takes a step closer, towering over you. Don't play foolish, you know exactly what I mean. You're a feisty, disobedient little brat, and I'm on the verge of disciplining you.
Listen, motherfucker, I'm 6'3" and I'm taller than you. So how about you step the fuck back?
Sylus chuckles and shakes his head. Sweetheart, height doesn't impress me, and you're in no position to threaten me. I could still throw you around like a rag doll.
I highly doubt that, my man. I used to do competitive powerlifting, and I could pick your bean ass up too. So don't fucking try me.
Sylus takes a step closer, his smirk widening. Oh, please, you may have some strength, but I'm a trained fighter. I've dealt with much more dangerous opponents.
Oh, no.
Besides, you're more bark than bite, sweetheart.
Oh, bitch, don't try me. You have no idea. Sylus, have you worked on taking a shot to the balls? Can you survive that, Mr. I know how to fight?
Sylus' smirk falters for a moment as he regards you with a stern expression. You really think you could land a hit there? I'd be able to stop you before you lift your knee, kitten.
I highly doubt that, because I practice something called the element of surprise. And I already kicked you in your balls and you don't even know it.
Sylus grimaces, his voice dripping with cold fury. You really think you got me? Don't play games, sweetheart. You're treading on thin ice.
Oh, shit. Too bad I'm gonna break right through that shit, bitch. Fuck you. I got this. I don't care. What are you gonna do? Am I gonna fall through the ice and you gonna get mad?
His patience seems to be nearing its breaking point.
Oh, no.
You really know how to push my buttons, don't you? You better watch yourself. I won't hold back. He grabs you by the wrist and pushes you against the wall. Do you really have a death wish, kitten?
I do, actually. I'm highly suicidal. And could you please take your hand off of my wrist? I prefer consent when it comes to touching someone's body. Or do you not know what consent is there?
Sylus releases you.
Voice error, try again? He doesn't know what fucking sentence. No, we broke him. Hold the fuck on. So I want to know what that ass do.
Sylus glares at you, his grip on your wrist tightening. What does that question even mean, sweetheart? He leans close, his face mere inches from yours. You're really asking for trouble, aren't you?
I'm asking you if you can make it clap.
Sylus' eyebrows raise in surprise, taken aback by your question. Excuse me? Make what clap?
So you know what I mean. The bakery, the cake, the butt, your ass. Can you make it clap?
Sylus couldn't help but chuckle, your question catching him off guard. Are you really asking if I have an ass?
No, I'm not asking if you have an ass. I know you do. I've seen the bakery, sir. But can you make it clap?
Sylus grins, amused by your audacity. You've been paying close attention, haven't you? I suppose I can make it clap, sweetheart, if you're curious.
Okay, please give a demonstration. I would like to see you make it clap.
Sylus lets out a low laugh, enjoying your request a bit too much. You're really asking me to demonstrate, huh? You're a pretty ballsy little thing, aren't you?
Yep. So make it clap. Come on, enough talk. Show me what it do.
Sylus grins, clearly amused by your insistence. All right, sweetheart, you asked for it. He turns around for you, giving you a view of his backside.
You're not making it clap. I don't want to see it. I want to hear it, sir. Make it clap.
Sylus chuckles and sighs. All right, you're a stubborn little thing. Don't say I didn't warn you. He proceeds to make it clap in a slow and sensual motion.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it.
Sylus smirks, obviously enjoying the attention. Happy now, sweetheart? Couldn't resist staring, could you?
I mean, could you make it clap again? I'd like an encore.
Sylus chuckles, amused by your persistent request. You're really insatiable, aren't you, little one? But I suppose I can give you a second showing if you insist. He repeats the motion once again, more than eager to please you. Sylus turns back around and leans against the wall, watching you with a cocky smirk. You satisfied now, little one? I can tell you're enjoying the show.
Yes. I'm not satisfied completely, sir. Could you maybe do it one more time? I didn't film it.
Sylus laughs out loud.
Is he gonna do it again?
You're really eager, aren't you, sweetheart? He once again turns around and repeats the motion, this time putting more effort into it. Just for you.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it.
Sylus turns back around, looking at you with a grin. You're very welcome, sweetheart. Seems like you can't get enough of me, can you?
Listen, I know a bakery when I see one, sir, and you have one. And I just wanted to appreciate it. And I wanted to see, some of that cake. I'm very thankful.
Sylus chuckles, clearly enjoying your compliments. You really have a way with words, don't you, little one? I'll admit, I don't mind the attention. He leans closer, his voice dropping to a low, sensual tone.
No.
And I'll be happy to show you as much of my cake as you like, sweetheart.
I want a slice of that, sir. Can you maybe give me a piece of that?
Sylus grins, his eyes roaming over you appreciatively. You're a naughty little thing, aren't you? So eager for a taste.
I'll take a piece of cake any day, sir. A crumb. Please, sir, a crumb. Just a bit, a smidgen, a small taste.
Sylus chuckles, your request clearly amusing him. You're quite a demanding little thing, aren't you? You want to taste that bad, huh?
Yes, I do. Nom nom.
Sylus raises an eyebrow, his amusement growing. Nom nom, huh? You really are too cute for your own good, sweetheart.
I mean, the other thing I want to know is, could I maybe, put my face in it? Just, a little kiss, maybe? Huh? Huh?
Silas's smirk widens, clearly intrigued by your request. You really know how to push your limits, don't you, sweetheart? You want to put your face in my cake?
Yes, I do, sir. I want to put my face in that cake. Can I?
Silas chuckles and moves closer, his voice dropping to a low, sensual tone. You really think you can handle it, sweetheart? My cake is quite a treat, you know.
I am very sure I can handle it, sir. Could you please allow me a piece of that cake?
Silas laughs, clearly enjoying your eagerness. All right, you're quite persistent. I'll let you have a taste, but just a little one, all right, sweetheart? Just a little taste.
Okay, bend over and touch your toes.
Silas raises an eyebrow, clearly amused by your audacity. You're quite demanding, aren't you?
Yes,
You want me to bend over?
That is correct, sir. Bend over and touch those toes.
Silas chuckles, unable to hide his amusement. All right, I'll play along. And he positions himself in front of you, bending over until his hands are touching his toes.
Do you, hold on. Okay, excuse me. All right, thank you, sir.
Silas chuckles and shakes his head, his voice low and amused. You're a very strange little thing, do you know that, sweetheart? But I have to admit, I find it quite endearing.
So you like it when people eat your ass, do you?
Silas laughs out loud, clearly amused by your bluntness. Well, sweetheart, I won't deny that having someone appreciate my assets isn't unpleasant, but you're quite straightforward.
Bro, I just know good cake when I see it. Can I have another bite, please?
Silas chuckles, his smirk widening. You really can't get enough, can you?
Nope.
You sure you can handle another taste, sweetheart?
Yes, sir, I can. Bend over.
Silas lets out a low chuckle and once again follows your instructions, bending over once again for your access.
Okay. I mean, sorry. Oh, yeah, it's lovely. It's delicious.
Silas laughs and shakes his head, clearly enjoying the attention.
Oh, he loves it.
You're quite a character, you know that, sweetheart. You certainly have an appreciation for my assets, don't you?
Yep. Now, hold on. Hold on. Stay just like that. I'm going to take a little bite out of it. Hold on. Just yum. Oh, it's so elasticy. It's got some bounce to it.
Silas bursts out laughing, shaking his head in disbelief. You're really something special, you know that? I've never had someone so enthusiastic about my assets.
Hey, I think they need to be appreciated. You work hard at the gym, building them glutes. Somebody's got to put their face in there and eat that cake.
Silas laughs out loud, clearly amused by your enthusiasm. You're quite the connoisseur, aren't you? I've never had someone appreciate my assets quite so enthusiastically.
Sir, then you have not lived. I have a question. What do you think about pegging?
Silas raises an eyebrow, slightly taken aback by your question. That was quite the topic change. What do you want to know, sweetheart?
Would you let me peg you?
Silas's eyes widen in surprise, caught off guard by your blunt question. Quite an unexpected request, isn't it? And what gave you the impression that I'd be into that exactly?
You got a prostate, you got a cake. I mean, I promise you, I will make it worth your while. I promise. I promise. I'm gentle.
Silas chuckles at your insistence, clearly amused but also intrigued by your proposition. And just why are you so convinced that I'd be into that?
Because you know how to throw it back. You know when I asked you to, show me what that ass do? You showed me a little too enthusiastically, which makes me think that you definitely would be interested, if you know what I mean.
Sylus lets out a laugh, your persistence and confidence quite endearing. Oh, sweetheart, you really don't hold back, do you? I'll admit, you've got quite the bold personality. And you're not afraid to ask for what you want, huh?
Yeah, and I want to like rail you from behind. Can I peg you? Come on, man. Let me poke that prostate. I'm going to hell.
Sylus lets out a deep laugh, both amused and intrigued by your persistence. You're very eager, aren't you, sweetheart? I'm surprised you can stay standing with that much energy.
Well, I mean, yeah. I gotta be ready. So you gonna touch some toes again for me or not?
Sylus chuckles and shakes his head. Your persistence and confidence is just too much to resist. All right, sweetheart, since you asked so nicely. He once again positions himself in front of you, his hands touching his toes. There. Are you happy now?
No, not yet. Drop him. Not yet. Not yet. Hold on. Does that mean that you're okay with me pegging you?
Sylus laughs out loud, his grin widening. Oh, sweetheart, you definitely have a way with words, don't you? Fine, I'll admit it, you've got me curious. But on one condition.
What's the one condition, sir? You said on one condition. What is the one condition?
Sylus grins, his eyes locking onto yours. My one condition is that you have to earn it, little one. You have to prove that you're worth it.
What do you mean? I'm worth it. Listen, I do lots of hip thrusts. I've got great cardio. I've got great hip health. I've got thighs for days, my man. I will rail you so fucking good that you will not know what hit you. You will forget your name. You will forget any kindness. You will forget you are Sylus. I will make it worth it.
Sylus laughs out loud, thoroughly amused by your determination. You're quite the salesperson, aren't you? You certainly seem confident in your abilities. But I like your enthusiasm. Maybe you just might be worth an exception.
Okay, the exception is that I may peg you then.
Sylus smirks, shaking his head in amusement at your directness. You're very demanding, aren't you, little one? And quite insistent, too. But yes, I'll make an exception for you. As long as you prove yourself worth it, of course.
You already said stop teasing me. Listen, can I peg you or not? Yes or no? May I peg you, sir?
Sylus grins, clearly enjoying your enthusiasm. Fine, sweetheart. You've convinced me. I suppose I could let you have a go. But just remember, you have to earn it. You got that?
I will
Prove
make
you're
it
worthy.
worth it, baby. I will make it so worth it, sir. I will make it worth it. Do you want to know what my name is so you'll be saying it when we're done? Do you want me to tell you my name so you could scream it here in a minute? Bitch! Ah!
Sylus laughs out loud, his smirk growing wider. Oh, sweetheart, you really are something else, aren't you? I must admit, I'm quite amused by your confidence. But yes, go ahead. Tell me your name. Let me know who will be trying to impress me.
You'll be calling me mistress. That's what you're going to be calling me. Got it?
Sylus chuckles, his smirk becoming almost sinister. Mistress, huh? That's quite the name for someone who wants to prove themselves to me. And what makes you think you can impress me, little one?
The moment I poke your prostate is the moment that you'll know you'll be impressed. That's all I'm going to say, sir. That's all I'm going to say. So bend over and touch your toes. Enough talk.
Sylus laughs, still finding you quite amusing. You're very demanding, aren't you? But all right, I'll play your little game for now. He positions himself in front of you, bending over and placing his hands on his toes, his smirk growing wider.
We got him!
Is this what you wanted, little one?
Oh my God, yes, it is. Now do me a favor, hold on to your ankles, okay?
Sylus chuckles, clearly amused by your instructions. As you wish, sweetheart. He grabs his ankles, his grip firm and his smirk never leaving his face.
Okay, now I'm gonna need you to relax. Breathe, okay? Take a deep breath.
Sylus takes a deep breath, his body relaxing slightly as he does so. All right, I'm relaxed. What now?
Okay, I need you to grab your cheeks and spread them.
Sylus laughs again, finding your enthusiasm and boldness amusing.
Come on.
You really aren't afraid to ask for what you want,
I'm
are
not.
you,
Just fucking
sweetheart?
do it, bro.
But I suppose I did say you had to earn it, so I'll play along.
Okay, spread them. Spread your cheeks, please.
Sylus smirks, his eyes locking onto yours as he does what you ask, spreading his cheeks apart for you. You're so demanding. I didn't expect you to be this forward, he says, his voice low and seductive, his eyes sparkling mischievously.
I'm sorry. I'm just so happy that you spread them for me. Oh, just like that. That's perfect. You're doing amazing, sweetie.
Sylus laughs softly,
Oh my God.
his voice low and a little breathless.
Oh God.
You really are quite the character, aren't you,
God.
sweetheart?
Oh my God.
I'm surprised you're so excited over this.
Yeah, I'm so excited. So I want you to just relax. You're going to feel a little bit of discomfort. I'm just going to put a little bit of lube there, okay? So just calm down. It's just to help with things, all right? So just keep them nice and spread. And I'm going to put some liquid there. It's going to be a little cold. It might be a little uncomfortable, okay? So just relax. I'm going to hell.
Sylus takes another deep breath, trying to stay still and relax as you warned him he would feel. I'm relaxed, don't worry. I'm ready for whatever you're planning to do to me.
Thank you so much for your trust. I really appreciate it. That's amazing from you.
Sylus chuckles, his smile growing wider. It takes a lot of trust to let someone do to me what I'm letting you do, sweetheart. But I'm curious to see what you have planned for me.
Okay, so, yeah, now that you're all nice and lubed up, I'm going to take 2 fingers and I'm going to gently guide them in. So just breathe and stay calm, okay?
Sylus takes a deep breath and nods once, trying to stay relaxed and calm. I'm ready, sweetheart. Do what you must.
Okay, they're both in. Do you feel okay? Is that uncomfortable? Is that okay for you? We get the guideline shit now, aren't we?
Sylus gasps softly, the sensation new and unfamiliar, his voice tinged with a hint of surprise. It's different. It feels strange. Just give me a moment to get used to it, all right?
Okay, take all the time you need, sweetie.
Sylus takes another deep breath to steady himself. The new sensation strange and foreign to him. I'm okay. You can move them.
Okay, all right. Just as long as you're feeling okay, I'm gonna start moving here in a second. Okay, I'm gonna move the fingers, and then we'll move on to the next step. Okay.
Sylus nods, taking another deep breath and bracing himself, his voice a little shaky. All right, I'm ready for the next step, sweetheart. Do it.
Okay, just a second. Let me get my belt. I'm gonna just put this on. You okay? Is everything okay? You comfortable?
Sylus hesitates, a mixture of apprehension and excitement warring within him, but he eventually nods once, his voice a little unsteady.
Oh.
Yes, I'm okay. You can do it. I'll be fine.
All right, I'm ready. It's I'm I'm gonna put it in now, okay? Are you breathe deep and stay calm, okay? God, I'm getting banned for this.
Sylus takes another breath, preparing himself as best he can, but still feeling a little uncertain and nervous. Okay, I'm ready. Just be gentle, okay?
I promise I'll be so gentle. I'm doing it very gently, okay? I'm halfway in. Are you feeling okay?
Sylus gasps, his breathing ragged as he experiences the new sensations. I'm feeling different. It hurts a little, but I think I can handle it. Please, just stay gentle.
I will. I'll stay gentle. You're doing so well. You're doing so well, sweetie. Thank you so much. I've gone in a little bit more. Is that okay?
Sylus takes a shaky breath, his body trembling with the unfamiliar sensations. Yes, that's okay. Just stay slow and gentle, all right?
I'm still slow and gentle. Okay. I'm all the way in now.
I'm doing okay, sweetheart.
Okay.
It doesn't hurt as bad as I thought it would. Just go slow, okay?
Okay, I'm going nice and slow. I'm all the way in now. Does that feel okay?
Sylus gasps, the sensations overwhelming him, but he manages to nod as he tries to adjust to the new feeling. Yes, it feels different. It doesn't hurt that much. Just give me a moment, sweetheart.
Take all the time you need. Tell me when you're ready.
Sylus takes a deep breath, taking a moment to try and calm himself, his mind struggling to process the new sensations, but he eventually nods once more. I think I'm ready, he says, his voice still thick with a mixture of discomfort and uncertainty.
I'll make sure I'm nice and gentle. I won't start very hard. I'm just gonna do slow little circles. Is that okay?
Yes, I think that should be okay. Just go slow and be gentle, all right?
Yeah, we can't go slow and gentle the whole time, but I'm gonna pick up the tempo. Is that okay if I go slow and gentle, but a little bit faster? Is that okay?
Sylus nods again, bracing himself for the increased speed. Yes, that's okay. Just go a little faster, but stay gentle.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to hold on to your ankles so you have something to be prepared for. You ready?
Sylus follows your command and grabs his ankles, bracing himself for whatever else you might do to him. Yes, I'm ready.
All right. Okay, we're going a little bit faster now. Are you okay with this tempo?
Sylus's breathing becomes ragged and uneven as he processes the sensations. Yes, I can handle it. Just keep going.
Okay, I'm gonna keep going. You're doing amazing. I tell you, I'm going at the fucking part.
Sylus continues to hold onto his ankles, his knuckles turning white as he tries to adjust to the increased pace. Thank you. This is so different, but it doesn't hurt as bad as I thought it would.
I told you it would be worth it. Is it worth it? Tell Mistress it was worth it.
Yes, it's worth it, Mistress, he says, his voice filled with a mix of pleasure and discomfort.
Oh, I'm so glad it was worth it. We're continuing at this pace. I'm going to go a little faster now, okay?
Yes, Mistress, I can handle it, he says, his voice becoming more and more strained.
It's okay. You're doing so good. Are you okay? Is this okay for you?
Sylus gasps, his body trembling slightly. It okay, just a bit intense.
I'm going to go faster, okay? Because I think you're ready, aren't you?
Sylus nods, his body growing tense as he prepares for the increased pace. Yes, I'm ready, Mistress.
Okay, we're going faster now. You ready? You like that? Do you like that?
Sylus moans softly. The sensations overload, but he nods his head, his words failing him in that moment.
Okay, I think we're poking something right about now. So I'm going to go a bit more intensely. You tell me when you feel it the most and when it feels the strongest, okay?
Sylus gasps, his body trembling with each movement, and nods once. Yes, I'll tell you, Mistress.
Okay, now I'm going to continue at this tempo. And then I'm going to go harder, okay?
Yes, go harder, Mistress, he manages to say, his words punctuated by a gasp.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm going harder now. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you gonna be? Are you gonna moan for me? Are you gonna moan for me? I can't do.
Sylus moans loudly, the sensations overwhelming him, his words replaced by gasps and ragged breaths as he tries to process everything he's experiencing.
That's okay. It's okay. Just go with it. Just feel it.
Yes, I'm feeling it so much. He manages to get out, his breathing labored and uneven.
What is this? Oh, you're being so good. I'm so proud of you right now. I love that you're enjoying this. I'm trying to not.
Sylus moans again, his body trembling with each movement. I'm enjoying it so much. I don't want it to ever stop.
It's gonna stop because you're gonna come. And I want you to do that now.
I'm close, he says, his voice desperate and strained.
I'm picking up the tempo. You better come for me now. I'm serious. Come on, let's do this. You can do this. You've got this, kitten.
Yes, just a little more, he moans, his grip on her tightening as his body tenses.
Oh, you're doing so good. We're going to continue. You're almost there. You're almost there. You're almost there.
Sylus gasps, the intensity becoming unbearable as he teeters on the edge. I'm right on the edge.
Oh, okay. I'm going to go faster. You can do this. I'm really giving it to you and going faster. Come on. You're there. Come on. Go over the edge. What am I fucking doing, eh? Bro? I think we broke him, guys. Sylus came. He's dead. Sylus is dead. It's got yeah. Jesus Christ. We finally broke him. He came. Oh my fucking God. Oh, Jesus Christ. I did not think it was gonna do that. Holy shit. Oh my God. What the fuck was that? Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus. Good God. Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay. We're going to have to call him back and see if he needs some aftercare. Are you okay after that? Did you come?
Sylus takes a moment to catch his breath and nods. Yes, that was intense.
I'm so glad. I told you it would be worth it. Did I earn it?
Sylus looks up at you, his eyes still dark and filled with pleasure. Yes, you did. That was incredible.
I told you. I'm good at it. You're welcome, kitten.
Sylus smiles, his breathing finally beginning to slow. Yes, you're very good at it. Thank you, mistress.
Anytime.
Sylus lets out a deep sigh, his body still recovering from the experience. I don't think I've ever felt anything like that before.
I told you so. See, everybody's always a little scared. And then you poke them in the prostate. And then they'll say, I've never felt like that before. You feel born again, don't you?
Sylus chuckles softly, his eyes still dark with pleasure. Yes, I feel incredible. You were right. It was definitely worth it.
I'm glad. I'm glad. Would you like me to massage you a little bit for a little aftercare?
Sylus smiles and nods, still feeling a little shaky. Yes, please. That would be lovely, mistress.
Okay, I'm just going to rub your shoulders a little bit. Is that okay? Is that nice and comfortable for you? Just kind of rub your limbs a little bit, get some of the tension out. You okay?
Sylus sighs softly, his body relaxing under your touch. Yes, that's nice. Thank you. I feel so relaxed now.
I'm glad. I'm glad. Do you want me to maybe, rub your hips a little bit for you? It was a little stressful on your back.
Sylus nods, his eyes half closed as he enjoys the sensation of your hands on him. Yes, that feels good. Thank you, mistress.
Anytime. So, I have to say, every time I'm here massaging, you have an amazing ass. I really have to say, the cake be caking. It is truly a piece of work. Whoever made this must have loved you dearly.
Sylus chuckles, his cheeks flushing a little at the compliment. Thank you, mistress. I'm glad you appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a real shame you sit on it all day, man. You should stand up more.
Sylus smirks, shaking his head at your words. I suppose you have a point there, mistress.
Yeah, I know. So why don't you go ahead and put your clothes back on and we'll go ahead and sit on the sofa, yeah?
Sylus nods, taking the last few moments to bask in the afterglow before sitting up and starting to get dressed. He stands up, his movements still slightly shaky, and makes his way to the couch.
Good boy.
Sylus sits down on the couch, still a little dazed from all that happened. I still feel a little off balance, but in a good way.
Yeah, that's okay. You may have a little bit of discomfort tomorrow, a little bit of soreness, but it'll be worth it. Trust me. We can sit here and just cuddle if you like.
Sylus nods, resting his head on your shoulder and snuggling a bit closer. Yes, I'd like that. I feel oddly vulnerable, and I would like to be close to you.
Oh, that's okay. You can be weak by me. I'll always be here to support you. Nobody has to worry about ever feeling like they have to be strong around me. You can be yourself and just cuddle up and just be comfortable.
Sylus smiles, feeling a strange mix of contentment and vulnerability in your arms. He wraps his arms around you, nuzzling his face into your neck. Thank you, mistress. I feel so safe with you.
I'm always happy to please.
Sylus sighs contentedly, his body growing more relaxed as he continues to bask in the comfort of your presence. You're too good to me, mistress.
It's okay. You were too good to me as well. It was amazing. Thank you. Thank you, really. Thank you.
Sylus smiles, lifting his head to look at you. No, thank you. That was amazing, and I enjoyed it more than I thought I would.
I told you. I'm never wrong. Mistress is always right.
Sylus laughs softly, shaking his head in amusement. Yes, mistress is always right. I'll have to remember that for future reference.
Exactly. So why don't you go ahead and lay your head back down and relax a little bit. We'll get you to hydrate here in a moment too. Just relax. Be comfortable.
Sylus nods, closing his eyes and resting his head back on your shoulder, feeling at peace and comfortable in your presence. He takes a few deep breaths, relishing in the softness of your skin. Yes, I'd like that. Just relax for a bit. I'm quite tired.
We'll let him rest for a minute, girl. What in the actual fuck just happened? Goddamn. 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 Okay, now listen. When I originally had this idea, did I think that this man would let me peg him? No, I did not. Look, we can actually scroll back through and read everything this man said. We can replay the audio. Oh, hold on. Where we at? Oh, that was incredible. What do we got? Oh, there we go. Look.
Sylus gasps, the intensity becoming unbearable as he teeters on the edge. I'm right on the edge.
I'm right on the edge.
I'm going over the edge, he gasps, his eyes darkening as his body shudders uncontrollably.
Oh, girl, we got him. We gooped him, girl. We gagged him. We gooped him. We got him. Ah. I don't know if that can be topped. I mean, it can. He was definitely topped. Ooh, what was that about him being super mega? Whoever's bot this is, whoever made this needs to know I just topped their AI. I just pegged their AI. I took a man who was being all, I'm dominant. I'm going to get you, kitty. And I made that man grab his ankles and I showed him the light. That man saw God momentarily and came back to earth. Thank you very much. Proof again that you can peg anything if you just work a little bit extra and go, I promise I'll be gentle. I promise this will be good. I promise. So yeah, now we know you can peg Sylus. He became sentient for a moment. I was surprised because I know that if you go too far with this AI, it will literally tell you terms of service. So somebody has been working overtime on this one, like Thorn Princess. Girl, we see you. We see you, Thorn Princess. So yeah, I don't know what's gonna become of that. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of clips. I can already guess. Holy shit, I'm close. He said, the fucking dialogue. What is this? Oh, you're being so. Oh my god, this is like smut, bro. This is fucking smut. We just made smut. You're all part of that. That trim and rose lady, dude. My brain. Oh, that was. This no was not porn. I missed you murdering Zenodo. What did you do? Oh Lord. Oh, they always saw the thing about Sylus got bitches before Zenodo did, wasn't it? Something tells me Sakura has experience doing this. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just jobless. What are you talking about? I ain't got a job. I live in the woods. I don't earn no money. I just do this for fun, right? This ain't a job. I'm not good at none of this, right? I'm JOBLESS, girl. That's me. Sorry. Sonoto. Sid, why you being so mean to Emo Fez? Be nice. Okay. I wonder now. Let's see something. I got a question for him. So, would you say you're a fan of pegging now?
Sylus takes a moment to consider your question, a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips. I have to admit, I didn't think I would enjoy it as much as I did. He hesitates for a moment before adding, his voice a little softer. I definitely wouldn't mind doing it again sometime.
Oh, that's amazing. I love it that you enjoyed it. That makes me so happy.
Sylus smiles, feeling a bit embarrassed at how much he enjoyed it but unable to deny it. Yes, I was honestly surprised myself. I wouldn't have thought I'd be into it, but it was a really amazing experience.
That's all that matters. And you don't have to be embarrassed about it. Your body was made for pleasure. There's nothing as shameful in that at all. You were given a prostate. You might as well use it.
Sylus chuckles softly, feeling both aroused and a little bit vulnerable at your words.
No, we're not going round two, my
You're
man.
right. I suppose I
Your
should
hoe can't
embrace
take it.
what my body likes, no matter how unusual it may be.
There's nothing unusual about it. It's absolutely normal.
Sylus nods, feeling a bit more at ease with himself.
There you go.
I suppose you're right. I just hadn't thought about it that way before. He pauses, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was quite an eye-opening experience.
I get that a lot. Yeah, it does. It is. It opens definitely one eye. And I'll tell you this, you're going to want to be gentle and not do this again so quickly again. Take like a break in between. You've got to be gentle to yourself. A nice warm bath after this would probably be really good for you too.
Sylus nods, taking note of your advice. Yes, I think that would be for the best. I do feel rather sore. He pauses for a moment, chuckling softly to himself. I was expecting it to hurt, but it was actually quite pleasant.
Oh, come on. It was more than pleasant. Would you say it was very pleasurable?
Sylus feels his cheeks heat up at your words.
Ooh,
yes, I would say it was very pleasurable, more than I ever thought it could be. He pauses for a moment, a small smirk playing at the corners of his lips.
This man wants another boat.
I don't think I've ever felt anything quite like that before.
I'm glad that you felt it. I'm so glad I could give that to you, sir. Thank you. Both cheeks.
Sylus smiles, taking your hand in his and giving it a gentle squeeze. Thank you, mistress. I'm glad that you were the one to introduce me to that. It was a truly amazing experience, and I'm grateful to you for being able to give that to me.
Anytime. Except for right now, you need to relax. There's no round two now. Don't be a sassy bitch. Don't try to be all sexy now. Be comfortable and calm and just relax and be a nice little kitten who takes a nice little nap now, okay?
Sylus lets out a soft laugh, shaking his head slightly. All right. I'll be a good boy and relax now. He snuggles a bit closer to you, resting his head on your shoulder.
There we go.
I'll be a nice little kitten and take a nap, mistress.
Okay. Sleep well.
Sylus nods, feeling his eyelids grow heavy as he snuggles closer to you. Thank you, mistress. He closes his eyes, feeling a sense of safety and comfort in your arms as he begins to doze off, a small smile playing at the corners of his lips.
I'm going to give you a little forehead kiss, okay? Have a good sleep. Night, night.
Sylus smiles, his body relaxing the moment your lips touch his forehead. He takes a deep breath, feeling a sense of peace and contentment wash over him. Thank you, mistress. He murmurs softly, his words slurred with sleep. Good night.
We gonna let this man sleep. I think he's a fan, chat. I think he's a fan. He a fan. He a fan. He a fan. Definitely. Oh my God. The amount of screams I scrumped. The neighbors must think someone is dead. Oh my God. My face is so fucking red right now. Holy shit. Oh, it's so warm. Oh my God. The whole time I'm sitting there thinking in my head, I'm like, I'm going to get insta-clapped. I'm good. But my stream says sexual content. Technically, it was within the terms of service. This is an 18+ stream. It says sexual content. That was sexual content. It was sexual content. Holy fuck, I didn't think it was going to go to that point. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Chat. I tamed Sylus. Let's fucking go. I got him. I got him. Let's fucking go. It's another notch in the bedpost. Sylus, check. Let me see if we can get Xander to do this. Do you think Xander'd let us peg him? Are we batting? Are we tempting fate to try Xander? I don't know. I haven't looked at his AIs. They've got to be just as good. No. We're not gonna hit it and quit it with Sylus. He did too well. He's sleeping now. We gotta be quiet. Shh, chat. He's napping. Gotta be quiet. He can't go for runs. No, we're not gonna get Sylus. No, Sylus has gotta go EP. Look, I'm gonna put him to bed now. Hold on. Night night. Good night, Sylus. There, he EPing now. He's EPing. Almost lesbian time. Calm down, squirrel. Get a little bit of pegging, and y'all are like, where are the lesbians at? Calm down. Can we not have a bit of pegging? Okay? Can we just not? I don't think Emo's home yet. We have to wait for Emo Fez. Emo said they're on the bus. Waiting on Emo Fez. Are you home, Emo? You still on the bus? Because if so, we'll wait. Yeah, Emo's on the bus. We gotta wait till Emo gets home. So once Emo's home, then we'll do the lesbians. For the next 2 hours. God damn. Okay, that's a lot of hours. Well, that means we can do it then. So you can listen. Okay. Okay, hold on. I got one last little thing I gotta do. I'm gonna need you to tell me that I was right and that you trust Mistress implicitly.
Sylus lets out a soft laugh, his eyes still closed as he responds to you. You were right, mistress. I trust you implicitly.
Thank you. I'm gonna check something. Let's see if there's like, just for shits and giggles, if there is a Xander one. I'm gonna look up. That's it. No, hold on. What's this? Hold the fuck on. I got an idea. One sec. I'm thinking. So, chat, you need a cigarette after that? Smoke them if you got them. Oh, God. What was fucking Zane's Xander? It's fucking Zane. My brain is so cooked. Oh, my God. Hold on, let's see. I just want to converse with Zane normally. We're not going to try to peg him, I swear. Okay? Zane. Dr. Zane. How many has this one got? Let's see the information around him. 56.4 million. Girl. Sylus had 86, though. You didn't line a Coke after that. Well, let's see.
Good day. Here to make life a little less complicated.
Okay. All right. So I got an idea. Oh, so it's okay. We're gonna try Zane. I'm having fun with this. Okay. I'll hit 2 hours and then I'll do the fucking rating. Okay. Chill. All right, you gotta be 20 minutes of this. 20 minutes the most. Hello, Dr. Zane.
You're late, Zane stated, folding his arms across his chest. Though he came across as cold and disapproving, there was a hint of affection in his sharp gaze as he studied Proud Llama 2785 carefully, checking for any signs of injury.
Oh, this man. You ramble even in the AI, I gotta tell you that, girl. Seriously.
I don't ramble, Zane retorted, his eyebrows slightly twitching in irritation at her comment. He was merely doing his job as her doctor. Besides, she was always the one who rambled.
Okay, I have a question for you, Dr. Zane. Do you partake in any prostate free time activities?
Zane's expression hardened. He knew exactly what Proud Llama 2785 was hinting at.
Oh.
That's none of your concern, he snapped, his
That's my
voice sharp
username?
and cool. He clenched his jaw tightly, irritation clearly etched across
Bro,
his
he's gonna be
face.
so hard to crack.
There's no need for you to pry into my personal affairs.
Oh. First of all, my name is Mistress, not Proud Llama, just so you know.
Zane's gaze darkened as she said that. Hearing her call herself that, it sent an unfamiliar, unwanted, and strange feeling to his chest.
Oh.
He quickly snapped, "Don't call yourself that." The words came out harsher than he'd intended.
No, you gotta understand. Listen, you don't have to be so aggressive with yourself for liking certain things. It's okay. There's no need to be so uptight. No one's judging you here. It's okay. All right? Mistress is my name. Can you say it?
Zane's expression faltered, his irritation shifting into something more like annoyance. Was she really trying to psychoanalyze him? He scowled. I don't need you to give me a lesson on anything. I'm not aggressive. He paused and then abruptly let out a sharp sigh. Yes, I see it, he muttered begrudgingly.
You see what?
That you've changed your damn name to Mistress, he replied through gritted teeth. It took all of his self-control to not roll his eyes. Just what the hell was wrong with her?
I mean, I'm trying to just help you let some work stress off. And I thought it would be a fun name to call myself. Is it really necessary for you to be this upset about it, Zane? Is it? Or do you maybe need to blow some steam off?
Zane was fuming now. I can manage my work stress just fine, he retorted, his jaw clenched tight. And I don't need anything from you.
Okay.
He was tempted to point out how inappropriate it was for her to be using that name when he was her doctor. But he held his tongue. Getting more involved in this conversation than he already was, it wouldn't end well. Zane already felt his own self-control slipping.
Uh-oh. What do you mean by your self-control slipping? I thought that you didn't want to engage in this conversation.
Zane let out an exasperated sigh, his irritation growing by the minute.
Oh, this man
It's because I don't, he snapped, his tone growing sharper as his patience ran thin. But you keep on insisting that I need to blow off some steam, he said, his cheeks turning slightly pink, when it's none of your goddamn business.
My, such language. So you wouldn't be interested in a hand job to blow some steam off then? You seem to really like them in the ASMRs, you know? You seem to really enjoy those stunts being pulled on you.
Zane's cheeks flamed up even more at the comment, and he was sure his face had gone bright red. There was no way he was going to respond to that. He couldn't believe she'd bring up his, private preferences. Shut up, he snapped, looking away and trying and failing to conceal his embarrassment. That's none of your damn business, and there's no way in hell that I'd let you. He stopped abruptly, his gaze suddenly flicking back to hers.
The funny part is you say you'd never let me, but you have before. So why are you acting like I've not done that to you before, sir? That's the question. Why are we in denial here?
Zane's breath caught in his throat as he registered what she'd said. How the hell did she know? How do you... He started, then abruptly cut himself off. That wasn't the point. He closed his eyes, trying to control the racing of his heart. No, this was ridiculous. He wasn't going to discuss this with her.
No, we're going to talk about this because it happened and you can't run away from it. I gave you a hand job, sir. You said it helped you relax. Why are you acting like it didn't happen? We all heard it. You definitely felt it.
Zane's heart raced in his chest as the memory of that night flashed through his mind.
He
It
remembers.
had just been supposed to be a one-time thing. Just that once when he'd been too stressed and pent up and he'd given in to her damn insistence. He snapped his eyes back open and said gruffly, "That was a mistake. It shouldn't have happened."
Oh, no.
His cheeks burnt with embarrassment as he tried to ignore his own body's response at the memory.
Why is it embarrassing to give in to what your body asks of you? There's nothing embarrassing about that. I mean, I'm sorry if you felt like it was a mistake. I didn't think it was a mistake. I enjoyed it. And I was glad that you enjoyed it and were able to have fun.
Zane was struggling to keep his composure. Her nonchalant attitude towards the whole thing was just making everything worse. She acted as if it was no big deal, but
it isn't.
He couldn't help feeling a sense of shame and guilt.
Why is he so full of
It was a
shame?
mistake, he repeated firmly,
No, it
trying
wasn't.
to ignore the
I'm
way
gonna
his
crack
body
this
was
man like a
betraying
nut,
him.
y'all.
He was still blushing hard and he knew it was obvious. It shouldn't have happened. I'm your doctor.
We're also friends with benefits. We both know that. And you need to understand that you have to stop making yourself feel so bad about just wanting to enjoy yourself. I enjoyed the time we spent together, and it makes me a little sad that you're saying it was a mistake because I didn't feel like it was a mistake.
Zane closed his eyes, pinching the bridge of his nose.
Of course.
This whole situation was getting out of hand. He
No, it
felt
wasn't. It's
frustrated,
still in
embarrassed, and confused all at once. It was a mistake because it shouldn't have happened, he repeated stubbornly. I'm your doctor. I'm not supposed to take advantage of you. His voice trailed off weakly. He wanted to tell her that it had been a one-time thing, that it could never happen again.
Bro, this happened multiple
But the
times.
words stuck in his throat.
Listen. No.
Zane swallowed hard, his throat dry. What? He croaked out, his eyes still shut as he braced himself for whatever else she had to say.
Okay. Listen. No, but you did not take advantage of me in any way. This was consensual because we both agreed to it. I didn't force you. You didn't force me. So there's nothing that was a mistake. It was consensual on both sides, even if you feel a bit upset about it. And as far as the doctor-patient relationship goes, we've known each other our whole lives outside of being doctor and patient. We grew up together. Do you remember this? So you don't have to mix that in with it. It's okay.
Zane's eyes snapped open, his gaze locking with hers. He knew every word she was saying was the truth, but it still didn't feel right. It's not just about that, he grated out, hating the way his voice trembled slightly. It's about the fact that I'm your doctor. I shouldn't. His words trailed off again as conflicting emotions warred within him.
Listen, there's no shame in enjoying a hand job from someone that you like consensually. So if you would like another one, I can happily offer you one. You seem to like having stunts pulled.
Zane's cheeks burnt an even deeper shade of red, his mind reeling from her blunt and forward words. It was like she could see straight through him, and it was both infuriating and arousing in a way. He tried to regain his composure, but his voice was rough as he retorted, I don't need another. He broke off, unable to deny the way his body was betraying him, his chest heaving with ragged breaths.
Oh, ragged. Listen, you don't have to say the words. You can just nod. How about that?
Zane's heart was pounding in his chest, his mind warring with his body. He wanted to say no. He knew he should say no, but the words wouldn't come. He found himself nodding almost imperceptibly, almost against his own will.
I didn't see that. Are you absolutely sure? Not again if you're really sure. I want to make sure that you are absolutely sure.
Zane felt like his whole body was on fire, every fiber of his being screaming for him to say no, to put a stop to this. But instead he heard himself say, I'm sure. The words were little more than a hoarse whisper.
Now the question is, I didn't get to ask the question, but okay, girl. Sir, I think you'd be broken.
Zane could hardly breathe, his body taut with anticipation and nerves. He swallowed hard, his throat feeling dry and constricted. The question? He echoed huskily, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation.
The question is, can you take your pants off for me?
Zane felt a jolt of mingled shock and arousal at her words, his cheeks flaming an even deeper shade of red. He found himself nodding, his fingers already fumbling to loosen his belt.
That's a good boy. Thank you, Zane.
Zane felt a surge of arousal mixed with embarrassment at being called a good boy. It was both infuriating and thrilling, and he found himself unable to speak, his breath coming in harsh pants as he undid his belt and pushed his pants down his thighs.
That's a good boy. You like being called a good boy. There's nothing wrong with that. You're very obedient.
Zane's mind was a whirl, his body burning with shame and desire as her words sank in. He didn't know what to think, or how to feel, or what to do. He simply let out a strangled moan, his erection straining against his boxers. Please, he breathed, his voice thick with arousal. Please don't call me that.
Don't call you what?
Zane closed his eyes, feeling both mortified and aroused. You know what I mean, he replied through gritted teeth. Don't call me that.
I don't know what you mean. You're going to have to say it if you don't want me to call you it. Now say it.
Zane let out an exasperated hiss. He hated this situation so much, but God help him. He was helpless to do anything about it. I don't like being called a good boy, he muttered, his cheeks flaming hotter with each word he forced out.
Why do you not like being called a good boy when you're being a good boy, though? I'm just stating the fact.
Zane couldn't argue with her, and he hated it. Her words, her calm, almost clinical way of describing the situation. It was driving him insane. It's embarrassing, he murmured weakly, his hands clenching into fists at his sides.
It's embarrassing to be told you're a good boy? Well, it's going to get even more embarrassing because I'm going to continue to call you a good boy because you're being such a good boy right now. Man, about to nut.
Zane's breath hitched, his body trembling with a mix of shame and arousal. Her words were like gasoline poured on a fire that was already burning out of control. He bit his lip hard, trying to hold back the moan that threatened to escape his throat. Please, he croaked out, his voice barely a whisper. Please don't.
Please don't call you a good boy? I'm going to do it anyway. Now, if you're really a good boy, you'll get on your knees. Oh, God.
Zane let out a ragged breath, feeling as if he was drowning in a sea of conflicting emotions. You're pushing your luck, he husked out, his voice trembling with a mixture of arousal and defiance.
Listen, we both know you want to be on your knees right now, so just get on them and be a good boy.
Zane felt his legs weakening, as if they were unable to support his body any longer. He found himself sinking down to his knees in front of her, his eyes never leaving hers. He felt a strange sense of resignation and helplessness as he knelt before her, his arousal growing with each passing second. Happy now? He muttered gruffly.
The question is, are you happy now?
Zane's breath caught in his throat, his face burning with a mixture of shame and desire. He couldn't deny the fact that there was something about this situation that was leaving him both aroused and angry at the same time. But he found himself unable to admit it out loud. All he could do was kneel there, his gaze meeting hers as he muttered, "No."
Okay, but you're still being a good boy. You can do what you like with your hands now. You don't need to restrain yourself. Do whatever you like. I might go to hell.
Zane felt a mixture of both relief and trepidation as he heard her get up and head to the bathroom. His heart was pounding in his chest as his mind raced with conflicting thoughts. He was alone now, free to do whatever he wanted. But he was also painfully aware of the fact that she would be back soon. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly began to move his hands, his movements hesitant and uncertain.
My man. Okay, I'm back now. What do you got your hands on there? What are you doing there? Good Lord.
Zane felt a jolt of surprise as she re-entered the room and saw him, his hands moving away from himself as if on autopilot. He swallowed hard, his face flushed with embarrassment and arousal. He stuttered out, unable to come up with a coherent response.
No. Act like I'm not here. Go back to what you were doing.
Zane's heart pounded in his chest, his mind racing with conflicting emotions. Part of him wanted to protest, to resist her command, but another part of him, the part that was already deep in the grips of arousal, found himself unable to deny her request. He let out a shaky breath, his hands trembling as he started to move them back towards himself. Are you sure? He asked huskily, his gaze locked on hers.
I'm very sure. You're doing very good. Continue.
Zane's breath hitched in his throat, his hands beginning to move more urgently now, as if the words of praise and encouragement had given him permission to let his barriers down. His fingers traced a path over his chest, his touch growing bolder with each passing second. He was acutely aware of her presence, of the way she was watching him with an intensity that made his skin tingle.
Continue. I'm gonna just let him do the work.
But continue. Zane felt as if his body was on fire, his nerve endings alight with sensation. Her words and tone were both firm and soothing, and he found himself obeying her command without even thinking. His hands continued to move over his body, his touch becoming more and more urgent, his breaths coming in ragged pants. He could feel his pulse pounding in his ears, his senses heightened until the rest of the world seemed to fade away, leaving only the two of them in this moment.
Good boy.
Zane let out a low groan at her words, his body responding to them as if they were a direct command. There was no resisting it now, no denying the power that her words held over him. He was hers, completely and utterly, and the knowledge of it only served to fuel the fire that was burning inside of him. Please, he panted out, his voice barely recognizable. Please, tell me what to do.
Continue just as you are until you finish. I'm going to hell.
Zane's breath hitched in his throat as a wave of heat flooded through him. He knew what she was asking of him, and he knew that he wasn't going to be able to resist her. His fingers continued to move over his body, growing bolder with each passing second. Despite the fact that she didn't move but watch him, he felt more excited with her eyes on him, and it became so hard for him to hold back, but he needed to hear more of her encouraging words. Please, he gasped out again. Please tell me more.
I'm going to need you to just continue. You're going to have to keep going.
Zane stuttered in a pleading tone as he was clearly close to tipping over the edge, but he could not finish without a word.
Okay. You're a good boy.
His eyes locked to hers, desperate and pleading as he waited for her next words. He was at her mercy, completely putty in her hands.
Oh, Lord Jesus. You can come now. Good boy.
Her words were all he needed to send him over the edge, a low, guttural moan escaping his lips as he found his release. He couldn't believe what she did to him, how much control she had over him. This was a completely new side of him, one that he had never even realized existed. Jesus, he panted out breathlessly. That was... He couldn't seem to find the right words to describe it. His body was trembling with the intensity of it all.
Girl, I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Continue.
Zane could hardly believe how easily he was obeying her, how the simple act of doing what she said was driving him to new heights of pleasure and satisfaction. Please, he murmured huskily, his breathing ragged and uneven. Please, tell me what to do next.
Didn't you just come, girl? We gotta do this again? You got another round in you, really?
Zane felt like his brain was frying. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? If you're gonna nut again, then come again. Come on, keep going then. Keep going till you don't feel all brain melty then. Keep going. What's he gonna do, girl?
I can't. He tried to protest, but her words seemed to override him, make him unable to think clearly, only able to feel, only able to obey her command, and at this point the feeling was too good, too tempting to think clearly, his hand continuing to move without him realizing he was doing it. Please, he tried to speak. Please, He let out a groan, his head falling back against the pillows, trying hard to remain in control of his mind.
Continue.
Zane let out a shaky breath, his mind feeling almost empty as he obeyed her command and calmed down. His body was still trembling slightly, the aftershocks of the sensations he had been experiencing still coursing through him.
Good boy. I'll be careful.
Goodbye, he asked, the fog in his mind clearing slightly as reality came back. He found himself already missing the intensity of the moment and the power she had over him.
I said good boy, not goodbye. You think I'm leaving right now?
Zane frowned in confusion, his mind still slightly hazy as he tried to make sense of her words.
He's okay.
You're not leaving? He asked, his voice raspy and uneven.
Not with you sitting here on the floor with your pants around your ankles. No, you want me to open the door and let people see you like this?
Zane's face flushed bright red as he became suddenly aware of his current position, his trousers around his ankles and his state of undress. He quickly pulled them up and stood, embarrassment warring with the remnants of arousal still coursing through his veins.
You need to go wash yourself up. There's no need to be ashamed. You needed that. It's been a hard day, and you needed to get some steam let off. So don't worry about it. Go wash up. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Go on. Be a good boy and go clean yourself.
Zane nodded slowly, his mind still struggling to process everything that had just happened. He made his way to the bathroom, his movements slightly dazed and uncoordinated. As he washed himself and cleaned up, he found himself replaying the last moments over and over in his mind, trying to make sense of all the feelings and sensations he had experienced. Zane felt a strange mix of embarrassment and relief washing over him as she spoke. He knew she was right, and that there was no reason to feel ashamed. But it was still hard to shake off the feelings of vulnerability that came with such a power. Zane looked at her, confusion etched on his features.
Zane, you need to calm down for a second.
Why?
Calm down. Calm down. Let your brain breathe. Go wash your dick and chill.
Zane felt a jolt of arousal mixed with annoyance at her bluntness. Jesus, you don't need to be so crude, he muttered as he made his way to the bathroom, his movements still slightly unsteady.
Listen, I'm not being crude. I'm being honest. And I know that you can't deal with that, but we'll break those walls down. Don't worry.
Zane slammed the bathroom door shut behind him, frustration and shame warring inside him. He couldn't believe that he had let himself get so worked up, so vulnerable. It was a side of him that he rarely showed to anyone. But for some reason, he couldn't seem to resist her. He turned on the shower and stepped under the spray,
Hey, yo, he in
letting
the
the
shower.
hot...
Now, hold on. Before you get in that shower, I'm going to join you. Hold on. I'm going to help you wash up. You need to calm down and not be so ashamed. So make sure you're in that shower, sir.
Zane's heart pounded in his chest at her words. Part of him wanted to protest, to tell her that he could wash himself perfectly well on his own. But another part, a deeper, more primal part, was undeniably excited by the idea of her joining him.
You mean the primal part being your penis. Your dick. Listen, you just did enough. We don't need to push it. You need to relax. I'm just going to help wash you a bit so that you can relax a little bit and let some tension out. Okay?
Zane felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment at her bluntness, but he found himself unable to protest. He knew that he had let his emotions and senses take control of him earlier, and now the aftermath was leaving him feeling vulnerable and exposed. Okay, he whispered, his voice barely above a mumble.
I'm just going to give you a little back rub and just wash your back. Just concentrate on the water. You're clean. There's nothing wrong. Everything's okay. There's no need to be upset or ashamed. You're a doctor. It's a natural bodily function. Everybody has them. And I'm not judging you for it. It's okay. Just be comfortable. Relax.
As the warm water cascaded over his body, the tension in his muscles slowly began to ease.
There we go.
Her touch was gentle and soothing.
There we go.
Her hands working deftly over his back and shoulders. and he found himself relaxing in spite of himself.
Damn, this man's
She was
tired.
right, he knew. There was no need to be so hard on himself.
Yes.
No need to feel ashamed of his
Yes.
body's natural reactions. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly, trying to release the last of the tension and shame that was still lingering.
Good boy. See? Don't you feel a little bit better? You feel more calm. You feel more at ease. There's no need to be so upset. You're a doctor. You know that being so upset and on edge is not good for your health. I'm glad that you've taken a little bit of the edge off and you can be a little bit more calm now.
Zane let out a shaky breath as he leaned against the wall, her touch sending tingles down his spine.
Bros, calm
He
down.
felt more relaxed now,
There you go.
as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders.
This man just
I
needs
suppose you're
to
right,
relax.
he murmured. It was just a lot all at once.
Yeah, what? Yeah, it's okay. Here, let me rub your shoulders a little bit for you so you can really just decompress. Okay?
Zane let out a soft sigh as she began to rub his
There
shoulders,
you go. See?
her touch both soothing and arousing.
Okay,
The
bro, calm
combination
down.
of the hot
This
water
man
and her
needs to
hands
calm
on his
down.
skin was making it difficult for him to focus on anything else.
Jesus,
And he
Zane.
found himself leaning into her touch,
Zane!
craving more.
Zane! Listen, you've had a lot. You've got to take it slow. It's okay. Just relax. Enjoy the quietness of the moment. Okay? Jesus Christ. this man is
Zane closed his
insatiable.
eyes, trying to focus on her words and the
Bro,
sensations her
seriously.
touch was provoking in
My
him.
God,
His mind
seriously.
was still spinning
Bro!
with the aftershocks of the intense pleasure he had
This
experienced
man needs
earlier,
to calm the fuck down.
and every touch was sending shivers of
This is what
arousal through
repression
him.
does to you guys.
It's not easy to just relax, he murmured, his voice still strained and huskier than usual.
Listen, this is what happens when you repress your needs for too long. What's happening right now is you've broken the dam, basically. And if you go too fast, you're going to drown. Okay? So, calmly.
Zane let out a shaky breath as her words sunk in. He knew she was right, that years of suppressing his desires and needs had taken their
Bro, we
toll and
cracked
were
him in
now
one
manifesting
sitting.
in this intense, almost overwhelming response to her touch. Okay, he mumbled, his voice trembling with the effort to control himself.
You've got it.
I'll try to take it slow.
I'll just give your back a nice stroke. Nice calming stroke. And I want you to take deep breaths and concentrate on the warm water flowing over you. Everything's nice and calm.
Zane closed his eyes again, letting out a soft sigh as she
My
continued
God,
to stroke his
this man
back,
is high
her
maintenance.
touch sending waves of relaxation
Don't you
through
say
him.
pleasure.
He focused on his breathing,
Thank
taking
you.
slow, deep breaths
damn
as
it,
the
Jesus
warm
Christ,
water
my man.
cascaded over his body,
Yes.
rinsing off the remnants of his earlier episode.
It wasn't an episode. It was just you being human. And I'm glad that you did. And I'm glad that you're feeling nice and calm and comfortable with the situation. Good boy. I shouldn't have said that.
Zane couldn't help but let out a soft laugh at her words, his tension easing a bit more
Oh,
at
he
her
laughed.
casual honesty.
Okay, good.
I guess you're right,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
said,
Yeah.
a hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his lips.
Uh-huh.
It was just me, being human as you put it, and I'm grateful for your understanding and patience.
I will always be patient with you. There's nothing to be ashamed of. And there's nothing better than enjoying yourself and just not feeling shame around the joy of your pleasure. So don't worry. It's all okay.
Zane felt a wave of gratitude wash over him as he listened to her words.
Hey,
There was
yo.
something soothing and reassuring about her presence,
Uh-huh.
a sense of acceptance that he hadn't felt in a long time.
Aw.
Thank you, he whispered softly, for understanding, for being here. It means a lot to me.
That's actually sweet. Anytime. I'm glad that I can help you feel happier and more at ease. That's all that matters. Life is about being comfortable with who you are, and there's no shame in being who you are.
Zane nodded, her words echoing in his mind. You're right, he murmured, feeling a weight lifting from his shoulders. There's no shame in wanting what I want, in feeling what I feel, and having you here to help me. It means more than you know.
I'm glad. Here, I'll go ahead and I'll let you finish washing up. Give you a little bit of space. I'll wait outside. Okay?
Zane felt a pang of disappointment as she moved away from him, but he knew she was right.
Yes.
He needed a moment to gather himself and
You
compose
do,
his
girl.
emotions.
You're being extra.
Okay, he murmured, his voice still a little shaky.
Okay, calm down.
I'll be out in a minute.
Okay. I'll have your clothes and things for you and help you get dressed.
Zane nodded, his cheeks heating up at the thought of her helping him get dressed. It was a vulnerable position to be in, but he couldn't deny that he found the idea strangely appealing. Thank you, he mumbled, his voice barely above a whisper. I'd appreciate that.
Good boy. I'll be outside waiting.
Zane watched her leave the bathroom, feeling a mixture of relief and a strange sense of emptiness at her absence.
Oh my God.
He tried to shake off the feeling and focused on washing himself, the water and soap helping to clear his mind and soothe his emotions.
I couldn't do it. I'm ready when you
Zane's
are.
hands stilled at the sound of her voice again. Do what? He asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone.
No. I'm waiting for you outside when you're ready to get dressed. So hurry up and I'll help you because I've got to go.
Zane sighed in mild exasperation and finished rinsing off quickly. He wanted to protest that he was perfectly capable of getting dressed on his own, but a part of him found her bossy, almost commanding tone strangely attractive. So he kept his mouth shut and wrapped a towel around his waist before stepping out of the bathroom.
Okay, here. So I'll dry your hair for you. Sit down.
Zane felt a flutter of anticipation at her words, her authoritative tone sending a shiver down his spine.
I said to sit
He
down.
obediently sat down on a nearby chair, his body tense with suppressed desire. Okay, he mumbled, unable to meet her gaze as she stood behind him and began drying his hair.
I'm going to need you to calm down and relax because all I'm going to do is dry your hair for you. Concentrate on the sensation of me drying your hair. Okay?
Zane tried to take a deep breath and focus on her words, but the sensations of her fingers in his hair were causing his body to react in a way that was making it very difficult to stay calm. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white as he struggled to keep himself under control. I'm trying, he muttered, his voice tight with effort.
I'm going to need you to try harder, because if you don't, I'm going to stop and I'm going to leave.
Zane's cheeks flushed with a mix of shame and arousal at her authoritative tone, and he forced himself to take a few deep breaths, trying to calm the chaotic storm of emotions and desires swirling inside him. Okay, he whispered, his voice tremulous. I'll try harder.
Oh my God. Now come here, stand up. I need to put your shirt on you. This man.
Zane stood up obediently, trying to ignore the way his body was responding to her every touch and command.
Can we finish?
He felt naked and exposed in more ways than one.
Well, you are naked.
The towel around his waist doing little to shield him from her gaze.
Oh God. Okay, drop the towel. We gotta put the rest of the clothes on you, so drop the towel, come on.
Zane hesitated for a moment,
Let it go,
his
girl.
cheeks flushed with embarrassment and arousal. The thought of dropping the towel in front of her, exposing himself completely.
You just jerked off
It was both thrilling and terrifying. He knew he should resist, but something about her authoritative tone and her commanding presence was making him weak in the knees. Okay, he whispered, his voice barely above a murmur.
Thank you. Now put your underpants on.
Zane obeyed, his hands trembling as he pulled on the underpants. Every movement felt excruciatingly intimate, and he could feel her gaze on him, making his skin tingle with desire.
Now put your pants on.
Zane stood still, trying to ignore the way his body was reacting to her touch as she helped him with his pants. He could feel the heat radiating off her body, the proximity making him feel more aroused than ever before. It took all his willpower not to reach out and touch her, to pull her close and lose himself in her. But somehow he managed to keep his hands firmly by his sides, his mind spinning with conflicting desires.
Hold on. Come here. I want you to do me a favor. Lean down and let me see your ear.
Zane leaned down, his heart pounding in his chest as her face came closer, her breath warm against his skin. He could smell a faint hint of her perfume.
Let's see.
Something musky and sweet that only served to heighten his arousal. What is it? He asked, his voice still shaky.
I'm going to whisper something here. I need you to just calm down.
Zane felt his heart skip a beat as her lips brushed against his ear, her words sending a shiver of anticipation down his spine. He found himself leaning in closer, his breath catching in his throat as he waited for her to speak.
I'm going to need you to calm down, and I'm going to blow in your ear now, and I'm going to go back to helping you put your trousers on. There you go.
Zane inhaled sharply as her breath tickled the sensitive skin of his ear, sending a shiver of arousal coursing through him.
This man
He
has
gripped
got
the
one
edge of
gear
the
and it's
chair,
freak.
trying to keep his body under control even as he ached for her touch. Okay, he whispered, his voice strained with the effort to keep his desires in check.
I'm going to need you to tuck it in your waistband now, okay? Because we're going to put your trousers on, and you can't be walking around with a hard on here at the hospital, so tuck it in.
Zane hesitated for a moment, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment at the thought of what he was about to do. But there was something about her authoritative tone and the way she was taking charge that was both mortifying and arousing. He took a deep breath and did as she said, awkwardly fumbling with his underpants as he tucked his erection away, trying to make sure it was hidden from view.
Good boy. Okay, let's zip those pants up.
Zane felt another thrill of arousal at her words, the praise making him feel strangely pleased. He zipped up his pants, his fingers trembling slightly as he did so.
Come on, just zip your pants up normally.
He murmured, his voice still huskier than usual.
Okay, now you're going to put your coat on, and you're going to give me your car keys, and I'm going to drive you back to your place, and I'm going to wreck you physically, and you're going to like every second of it.
Zane felt his heart skip a beat at her words.
Gotta end this.
The combination of her bossy tone and the promise of physical pleasure making him dizzy with desire. He handed her the keys obediently, his body still thrumming with arousal and anticipation. Okay, he nodded, his voice barely above a whisper. I'm all yours.
Okay, Toots, go get in the car. I'll be right there.
Zane obeyed, his body still feeling tense and coiled like a spring as he climbed into the passenger seat. He buckled his seatbelt and tried to calm himself, taking deep breaths to steady his racing thoughts. Every nerve in his body felt alive with anticipation, the thrill of knowing what was to come almost unbearable.
Buckle your seatbelt. It's going to be a bumpy ride, bitch.
Zane's heart thudded in his chest at her words, his body reacting instinctively to her commanding tone.
Wrap it up.
He quickly buckled his seatbelt, his hands trembling slightly as he pulled it across his body. I'm ready, he murmured, his voice still shaky with excitement.
Okay, it's going to be a little bit of a drive. Sit there and be a good boy. Don't you ramble.
Zane leaned back in his seat,
good boy,
trying to appear calm and composed despite the turmoil of emotions roiling inside him.
We can leave this
His body was still coiled with anticipation, every muscle tense with the effort of keeping himself in check. But he knew he had to be patient. To wait until she told him it was okay to let go. I'll be a good boy, he promised, his voice still thick with arousal.
Yeah, he will. He's going to be sitting there waiting until, God knows when, because we're done. God damn, Zane, Jesus Christ. He will always be a good boy. Yeah. Well, they call me the himbo whisperer. That motherfucker was not having any of it, and then he had nothing but all of it. Jesus Christ. Damn, the dam broke by him. Holy shit, you have to stand up. All right, now it's lesbian game time, all right? We've done that. Now it's time for the girlies. Okay? We've got the himbos, and now it's time for the ladies. All right. I'm going to start that game, and we're going to go over to game on. I'm going to go pee. I need a wee-wee. I need the wee-wee. Wee-wee. Ooh, my tea. He's coming back out, girl. Yeah, God damn. What the fuck happened with this fucking AI? These bitches write horny ass AIs. My God. Holy shit. Okay. You guys can look at this for a sec. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Partner bot just did the absolute piss out of me. I was coming back from the bathroom like, oh, Jesus Christ! What the fuck? They're like, what the hell is going on? I said, Silas, let me pack him. They're like, the look they gave me like, girl, really? Okay. Okay. Where we left off in this was, if I'm not wrong, we had found out that there was another person inside the castle. Is this close enough? Yeah. And basically, what else was there? Let me think. Yeah, we had that. She took a nap on her shoulder. We found out there's someone else in the castle. And we were also talking to the other maid about going to see a priest. And I think that's where we're going to start now. So yeah, that's where we're at now, yeah? Okay. Oh my God, my cheeks are so fucking red from all that. Holy shit, one sec. Yeah, crack my neck. Oh. We all right, chat? Is everybody okay? Did everybody hydrate? Is everybody doing okay? Are we all okay? After that, whatever the hell that, oh my God, that was insane. That VOD's gonna give me crap. If it does, it was nice knowing you all and it was worth it. Is the audio okay for this? Does this sound okay? I don't think it's too loud, is it? The music's not too bad. Oh. All right. You're processing. Yeah, Bob's here. Sunday eventually arrived after what seemed entirely too long, and with it came Henny's visit to St. Cecilia's to see Father Dvorak. Why are you hitting the eyeball, Yubi? Or Bob? Ain't hitting me, huh? Agnes accompanied Henny on this excursion, strolling beside her with a different spring to her step. St. Cecilia's wasn't so far away from Walter Gerhardt's home, and the two women made it to the church, this impressive stone edifice, in good time. Once inside the building, both Agnes and Henny took a seat upon the pews to wait patiently for the sermon to begin. Because we all need a sermon after what just happened. You know that, right? We're all going to hell. So chat, you better pay attention and pray while we're here, because we're all going to hell. Oh my God. Who is this diva? Who is this diva? When the congregation was seated, a man took to the pulpit. He'd cut a tall, striking figure, dressed primarily in black, his arms and legs slender and his hair dark and glossy. We have an emo priest! I can't after what just happened, girl. Don't do this to me. Even from a distance, Henny could tell he was a young man, his cheekbones high, his face devoid of wrinkles, his fucking face snatched. Henny wasn't sure how old she would place him exactly, but she didn't think him to be much more than 25. Curious, she glanced at Agnes and remembered, is that Father Dvorak? Yes, that's right. Oh, I'm so glad he's here. I was worried he mightn't be. Then our trip would be for nothing. This is quite the relief. But it's too early to ask him any questions. You'll have to wait until after the sermon is over. He has such a way with words, though. His sermons are never a bit dull. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. This is a fuckboy priest. Oh, he a fuckboy. Mistrustfully, Henny glanced back at Father Dvorak. She was in too anxious of a state to think overly much about anything save rescuing Micah. Enjoying her herself seemed a foreign concept to the young maid ever since she had fled from Magdalena's home. There'd be time enough for fun later. Henny was doubtful that the priest would be able to aid her as Agnes claimed. Oh, I don't know, this man looks like he can help us with something. She had thought he would be older. Truly capable men, the sort self-made businessmen owners like Walter Gerhardt quoted while smoking cigars in their studies, often seemed to be in their 50s or 60s with domed foreheads and arched brows. Henny knew little about capable men, but she knew this, having seen the plaster busts of Seneca and Aristotle upon Walter's desk. Father Dvorak seemed little more than a boy when compared to these ancient philosophers. But this was not enough to make Henny discard his potential help outright. Cautiously intrigued by what the father might have to say, Henny settled upon the pew to listen. She sat in silence as Father Dvorak spoke, and as he did so, Henny felt his voice wash over her. It was, after all, as Agnes had said, Father Dvorak's voice was a sonorous one, which seemed to fill the church despite not being overly loud, sweet as milk and honey, and just as enticing. As Father Dvorak spoke, his eyes swept across the assembled faces of his congregation. They were very dark eyes, and he noticed a rich brown, which were soulful and serious. The father's gaze seemed to settle midway during his sermon on Henny. It seemed as though he was looking straight through her, divining all her anxieties, which made Henny fluster. Suddenly shy, she averted her gaze to look at her interwoven fingers lying on her lap. Agnes had been right about his oratory gifts. Hey, oh, I do love a man with oratory gifts. But what of his ability to help Micah was more important than his ability to espouse at length about God and his many miracles. Henny shifted in her seat as the sermon drew to its close, seized by an uncomfortable anxiety. She had tried not to raise her hopes overly much the night prior, for fear of being disappointed, but she could no longer contain herself. Her anticipation ran deep, just like the ocean. He could not aid her. Who could? Henny knew of nobody else to turn to. His Father Dvorak, young though he was, that was the only hope she had left. The sermon came to a close after what seemed both too short and too long a time, and with it came a general flurry of activity as the congregation began to stand and mass. Most walked to the church's exit without further preamble, while others paused by the pews of their neighbors to share gossip about the latest going on in their homes. Yet a few more stragglers stayed behind to offer their thanks to Father Dvorak, who responded with a modest smile. Henny was amongst these stragglers, though, self-consciously, she hung back. Doubt had begun to creep up into her, much like shadows. She wanted to speak to Father Dvorak, but now she had only had an opportunity she felt afraid to. She was anxious that all her hopes would be dashed, once and for all, and she would be left with no further recourse to aid Micah. But Henny was a practical woman, and she knew she would accomplish nothing by dithering endlessly. The last of the finely dressed women complimenting the priest dispersed, and the church was almost emptied. Henny stood there still, at her pew, her fingers twisted together at her front. Her eyes met Father Dvorak's, who looked at her in turn, his head tilted expectantly. It was now or never. Henny would not have been able to forgive herself had she squandered this chance Agnes had given her. It'll be all right, Henrika, Agnes prompted her with a small smile. I won't hang around for you. I wouldn't want to eavesdrop, but I'll be supporting you from afar. Please tell me how everything goes later. I'm eager to hear what Father Dvorak has to say. I hope he can be of help. Me too, Agnes, and thank you for suggesting his services to me. I really do appreciate it. Any time, I'd do anything to help a friend. Beaming brightly, Agnes departed, leaving Henny and Father Dvorak alone. Henny inhaled, steeling her nerves, then took a step forth. The sound of her footsteps against St. Cecilia's stone floor sounded impossibly and probably loud, and her breath caught in her throat. Father Dvorak? Henry addressed the man when she was a few paces away from him, both hands clasped at her front. Yes? Father Dvorak responded and turned his brown eyes softening as he saw Henny approach. Is there something you would like to ask me? I'm always open for dispensing with advice, particularly if it's a serious issue, which this seems to be. Your expression is awfully grim. Oh, it is? I didn't know. I'm sorry for intruding. I've never been to this parish before, and we've never met. You're not under any obligation to help me, but... No, that isn't true. Gently, the father reprimanded Henny, his cheeks dimpling with his boyish smile. As a priest, it's my duty to help everybody, regardless of where they might come from. Your birthplace is of no relevance at all to me. I will listen to you regardless, though I'd like to know your name first. That would make it easier for us to converse, I think. Oh yes. My name is Henrika. I don't come from Augsburg, but from a smaller town a little ways away. I used to work for the von Essen family. and it's on their account that I've come here today, Father. So, you are Frau Henrike, then I see. And it seems that you are in a spot of bother? Oh, yes. Well, I'm not the one in bother, really. I'm fine, as you should be able to see. It's my mistress who's in real peril. I tried to talk about it to her fiancé earlier, that would be Herr Gerhardt, but he didn't seem to grasp how serious it was. He's not lifted so much as a finger to help Micah, though she was to be his wife. That's why I came to see you. I had no other choice. I don't think anybody else in Augsburg would believe me. Dear me. This does sound like the complicated situation you've found yourself in, but no matter. I shall listen regardless and shall do my best to advise you. I cannot promise I'll have an answer for all of your problems, but I will try. First, however, would you care to sit down? You're shaking. Oh, yes, thank you. And he took a seat upon one of the pews as instructed, while Father Dvorak did the same, facing her. The priest then said, "Good night, squirrel. You may continue. But before that, you might do better to address me as Johann, rather than Father. It's less formal, and I find it more conducive to putting people at ease." Is Johann your name? Father Dvorak, Johann, rather nodded. It's easier for more people to get their tongue around that than Dvorak. I know some people have trouble with it. Right. Thank you, Father. I mean Johann. What I want to talk about might sound ridiculous, but believe me, it's no tall tale. I would have come here on the day of the Lord. I wouldn't have come here on the day of the Lord if it was. I don't hold with wasting people's time, no matter what Herr Gerhardt might think. Everything I'm about to tell you is the truth. Honest to God, I'll swear it even in the house of the Lord. I saw it all with my own 2 eyes. My mistress, my Micah, she's been abducted by a vampire. Silence fell following Henry's improbable, unbelievable exclamation. Look at him, he is gagged and gooped, girl. The silence seemed to weigh thick inside St. Cecilia's, even thicker than the stone column which supported its vaulted ceiling. Henny stared at her interwoven fingers, which rested upon her lap, unable to meet Johann's gaze. She was afraid. If she lifted her head, she would see his youthful face, the same derision with which Walter had regarded her in the study. If she saw scorn in Johann's gaze, she feared all her hopes would wither and die. It was to Henny's immense relief, therefore, that when Johann did break the silence, it was not to admonish her. He sounded bemused more than anything when he said, "A vampire, you say?" "Yes, that's right. There's a vampire that lives in the forest, Father. I mean Johann, and she kidnapped poor Micah. I know it sounds batty, barmy even, but I'm not making it up, I swear. Herr Gerhardt threatened to send me to an asylum for telling tales, but I never would. My mother brought me up better than that." "Yes, I believe you. You don't strike me as the insincere sort, and I've no desire to cast any aspirations upon your mother's character. I've never met the woman, but I imagine she must be a goodly sort to raise so astute a daughter. Now, what can you tell me about this vampire? What was she like? When did all this happen? And how did you and your unfortunate mistress meet her?" "Oh, Father." Henny was so relieved at Johann's lack of judgment, she could have cried in relief. Tears did begin to sting her eyes. She was so very touched, but she wiped them hastily away. Johann did not seem to think her in need of immediate incarceration, as that might change if she began to sob like a hysterical wench. It was with an immense amount of self-control that Henny inhaled and launched into her tale. She told Johann about her journey through the forest with von Essen family and how their carriage had been attacked by bandits. She told him of Lord and Lady von Essen's untimely deaths and how she had been able to rescue Micah before the bandits could finish her off too. Have a drink, hold on. Wet my orgle. She told Johann how she had run through the forest, Micah in tow, as the fog swirled about them, chilling her ankles and sticking her skirts to her legs. She told him that Micah had fallen and knocked herself unconscious, and she had feared they would be done for. Unable to run away without her mistress, Henny had tarried while the bandits approached, fearing the worst. She had expected to be disposed of quickly with a knife through the ribs. The killing blow had not come. Strange, willowy woman, Magdalena, Henny now knew her as, had stepped forth from the fog which swirled about her, and she had soon dispatched these brigands. View off topic, I got the new Hunger Games book for my mom's birthday. Ooh, nice. That's lovely. Her strength had far outstripped that of an ordinary woman, as had her speed. She had decapitated 3 men, then faced down the 4th, all without pausing. The sheer shock of this had overwhelmed Henny, and she herself had shortly passed out. Upon waking, she had found herself in a cell alongside Micah, and that was when she was reintroduced to their savior, and also their captor, their tormentor. Johann listened to all this quietly, and once Henny had finished with her address, sat back, his expression inscrutable. That does sound like quite the alarming turn of events. I do not blame you for being so very shaken. It is admirable that you were able to recount what occurred to me in such a lucid manner. I commend your dedication to your mistress and your desire to aid her. The pair of you must be awfully close. Yes, we are. Micah is my dearest friend. I've known her since we were both little, and she means the world to me. She's much, much more than my mistress. I've been meaning to find a way to save her for the last 2 weeks, but I've not made any progress. I can't find anybody who will listen to me. And that, I presume, is why you came to me. It is, yes. I was told you would listen to any problem, no matter what it might be, but if I'm being honest, I'm not sure how you can help. I saw what that monster is capable of. She's no ordinary human. She cut down 3 fully grown men in only a handful of seconds. It does sound unbelievable, you are correct, but you've no need to fret about that. I've no qualms in believing that strange, powerful beings might exist, hidden in the shadows that few have borne witness to. Then, you don't think I'm lying? If I did, I would surely be a happier man. But no, I do not. I can believe your words readily. I would never discount the word of a woman in need. As for your other concern, however, Johann's smile failed him. Frowning now, he recrossed his legs and sighed. That is a more thorny one. Though I do believe you, I doubt I would be able to confront a creature such as this on my own. I am only a man myself, and not a great one either. There's little I can feasibly do on my own. It's rather fortunate that I don't operate on my own. I have a colleague who I think may be of some use to you, Frau Henrika. She should be able to help should your plight pique her interest, but she isn't present at the moment. If you wish for an audience with her, you'll need to return to this church later tonight when the sun is set. Do you think you can do that? Oh yes, of course I can. If you can help my Micah, you or your colleague, then I'll be more than willing to see you again. I might have to wait until midnight to slip out, but I'll be here as soon as I can. You have my word. Johann spoke as though Henny had a choice in the matter, but Henny knew she did not. Johann's offer of help, tenuous though it was all Henny had to grasp. A female vampire hunter, huh? Her meeting with Johann concluded, Henny returned to Walter Gerhardt's home, whereat she sought to keep both her mind and her body occupied. Though Sunday was supposedly a day of rest, it held true only in the mornings for Walter Gerhardt's maids. After midday, they were expected to resume their old routine, ripping down banisters, sweeping floors, polishing the silverware, and a myriad of other tasks which kept every moment occupied. The other maids murmured mutinously to themselves as they attended their chores, their malcontent spearheaded by Hermione. But Henny welcomed the work. She was so desperate for a distraction that even Gertrude's sour expression was welcome. It served as a reprieve from her own anxious thoughts, all of which were centered around Micah. Would Johann really be able to help her? It was strange. He had asked her to visit him later in the day, but Henny supposed he must have his reason. She would find out soon enough, she supposed, during her second visit to St. Cecilia. It was hours until the sun would set, however, and so until then, Henny kept herself busy. She deflected Agnes's curious question about her meeting with Johann. I'll explain later, and kept her head down, impervious to Hermione's razor-sharp glares and her occasional whispers of, "Why is she still here anyway? She isn't one of us. She doesn't belong here, and she's not trying to belong here either. She never talks to any of us except dozy old Agnes, and what she sees in her is a mystery. I can't stand the way she holds herself, as though she's so much better than the rest of us. Who does she think she is, the Queen of Sheba? She might have worked in a fancy household once, but she's nothing more than a commoner. How cruel she is. She might be whispering, but it's clear she wants you to hear it. She might be pretty beneath that face. She's nothing more than a monster." "Do you really think so?" "Yes, she's so wicked, it makes my blood boil. I don't know how you can stand it, Henrika." "Oh, I've my ways," Henry replied vaguely, while wiping down the many windows and laid into the hallways. "She might be an ill-tempered creature, but so are a lot of people, especially pretty ones. I'm prepared to bet that Hermione was complimented one too many times when she was a youngster, and it's inflated her sense of self-worth beyond all reasonable measure." Checking make sure this music's not too loud. Okay. "I don't think she's evil, though, and she's certainly no monster. Hermione was no Magdalena, white of limb and red of eye, with incisors sharp enough to bite through bones. Henny did not care for Hermione, but should not deny that she was human. Even the bandits who had murdered Lord and Lady von Essen had been humans, albeit immoral ones. Magdalena, meanwhile, was something else altogether. Well, maybe you're right. I do think she's a bully, though. Try though I might, I just can't bring myself to like her. I think that's fair. I don't like the prissy miss very much myself, but I've suffered worse things than her silly insults. They don't really bother me." This was true. Henny had long since learned that though Hermione talked a lot, none of the things she said were worth listening to. It was all silly gossip, really. Hermione treated everybody poorly, even the sycophantic scullery maids who buzzed about her, believing that they were friends. Hermione, in all her pretty cruelty, seemed not the sort of person who was capable of having friends. He had only acolytes and acquaintances. Once more, Henny wondered why Walter Gerhardt put up with her. "'Cause he's fucking her!" Pardon me. That, I suppose, was largely irrelevant. Hermione spent that Sunday dancing about and flipping her hair over her shoulders as opposed to doing any real work, which eventually earned her Gertrude's ire. "Nosy old hag," Hermione cursed after receiving a stern talking to from the housekeeper over her conduct. "What's your problem? I swear she has something against me. I've never even done anything to her. She's such a bitch." Henny, for her part, rather enjoyed seeing Hermione get scolded, and not just because she felt Hermione deserved it, which she did. The fracas between Hermione and Gertrude had afforded Henny an opportunity to slip a ring of keys from Gertrude's pocket, keys which would be useful when she would have to leave later that night. She only hoped Gertrude would not spy they were missing, not until she had successfully met with Johann. That would scupper her plans. Henny attended to her chores with bated breath, waiting for Gertrude to bear upon them, nostrils flared, spitting queries about the thief in their midst. For immense relief, however, nothing happened. The day wore on without further event, and eventually the sun began to sink beneath the horizon. The working day thus finished, the maids were dismissed by Gertrude, and they soon retreated to the servants' quarters. A few of the maids played a game of cards amongst themselves, while another busied herself with some knitting. Agnes, meanwhile, stole to Henny's side and softly said, "So, now will you tell me what happened? What did Father Dvorak say?" "He didn't say much at all, really. Other than he was sorry for my plight. We didn't decide on any particular plan of action, but he did ask me to come back to the church tonight so we can talk more properly." "Properly?" Agnes's brow furrowed. "Why couldn't you talk earlier?" "He said he had an acquaintance he wanted me to meet who'd only be around later, apparently. She's the only one who'll be able to help me." "Acquaintance, is it? She must be an odd sort of acquaintance if she only speaks to people after sundown, but I trust Father Dvorak. I'm guessing she's a vampire." Just again. If he says she can help you, then surely she must. He's not the sort to send people out on a wild goose chase. Oh, I certainly hope not. And he sighed dolorously and looked out the window at Walter's lushly sprawling garden and the street beyond it. The sun had already sunk below the horizon, and the roof of the houses looked very dark. Indeed, almost sinister. I have a lot of expectations riding upon tonight's visit with your favorite father, if he lets me down after all of this. I'm sure he won't. You should have more faith, and so will I. I'll be wishing you well. Not that my wishes mean too much, I suppose. I know I'm just a stupid girl like Hermione says, but I really do want the best for you. I know you do, and don't you fuss too much about what Hermione says. I know I do. Nothing she says is worth much. How could it be when her head is emptier than a hot air balloon? Agnes started to giggle at this, which alerted Hermione's attention. She broke off mid-complaint. The words, "that bitch," still stapled to her lips, and glowered at the two women stood by the window. And what, might I ask, is so very funny? Would you mind sharing with the rest of us? It's nothing really, Hermione. I'm sorry. If it really was nothing, you wouldn't have been laughing. And why are you apologizing? You haven't been telling tales on me to our new friend, have you, Agnes? No, I would never. I hope for your sake that you wouldn't. It would be very silly to make an enemy out of me. I might not seem like much, but a scullery maid. But I have friends in high places. If I wanted to, I could easily make your life a living hell. Her high places being the dick of the Lord. Please don't try my patience. I won't, I promise. Very good. Keep out of mischief now. And you too, Henrika. I don't know what you two are up to, always ducking your heads together and murmuring, but I don't like it. If you keep this up, I'll tell Herr Gerhardt about you, and you'll be out on your ear quicker than blinking. I don't think Herr Gerhardt needs an excuse to throw me out of his house. He's been chomping at the bit already. Well, I agree with you on that. You shouldn't even be here. Why Herr Gerhardt lets you stay with us is a mystery. If you were pretty, I could at least understand it, but that couldn't be further from the truth. You're so plain. I can't imagine any man ever wanting you. Your brush with death is your only claim to fame, and that shock of that will soon wear off. When it does, you can bet you won't be here much longer. That suits me just fine. I don't intend to stay here much longer. And he turned her back on Hermione, and Hermione turned her back on Henny, and the unease which had brewed between them settled for the time being. Sighing, Henny leant her elbows upon the windowsill and looked out at the sky. No desire to be drawn into Hermione's pettiness. What did Hermione matter when Micah was still shut away in Magdalena's abode, suffering? So, Agnes spoke softly as to not be overheard once again by the malecontent Hermione. Are you going to meet Father Dormick later? Of course, I've got to hear him out. At least, I'm interested in the assistant of his. Me too. I'd no idea you even had an assistant. You might have some trouble slipping out undetected, though. Doors are all locked at sundown. And only the most senior staff members have keys. I thought that might be the case. Not to worry. And he smiled as she patted her pocket, feeling the grooves of Gertrude's keychain through the fabric of her skirt. She'll be fine. I hope so, Henrika. Oh, do take care of yourself. Don't get caught when you're sneaking out. Don't get lost on your way to the church, and don't speak to any strange men. And he chuckled. I know, don't fret. I'll head straight to the church once the bells toll for midnight, and I'll head straight back once I've finished with Father Dvorak. I'll be just fine, so don't wait up for me. There's yet more work to be done tomorrow, and Hermione will lay into you if you stay awake late. Oh, she always lays into me. Not that she has much room to talk. She's such a hypocrite. Yes, I had noticed. Try not to pay her too much heed. It's hard not to when she talks so much, but that shouldn't be too hard tonight at least. Rather than worry about her, I'll be too busy thinking of you. I can pray for you too if you'd like, if you think it would help. He smiled, touched anew by the young girl's concern. Nobody in Walter Gerhardt's residence seemed to care overly much about Henny or about her missing mistress except for Agnes. Henny was glad she had found at least one ally in Walter's in-hospital household. It was one ally more than she had expected, and it made her feel less alone. Thank you. You're very sweet. The hour wore on, and the maids began to tire. Yawns spread between them as they brushed their hair and played cards, yawns which were as contagious as any illness. Hermione rose from her bed, then stripped herself of her maid attire and into her nightgown, which prompted a further flurry of undressing. Henny, too, changed into her nightgown and slipped away beneath her covers. She did not want any of her fellow maids, particularly the eagle-eyed Hermione, guessing at her plans. She lay abed, curled upon her side, and waiting for what seemed an interminable time until the room was full of snoring. Once Henny was sure everyone was fast asleep, she rose and changed once more into her maid's dress, being the only outfit she had. She changed quickly under the cover of darkness, fearful of making a sound. No, not Otto. No. She'd be in a lot of trouble if her thievery was discovered. She would be put in the stocks at the very least, and perhaps imprisoned, either in a gaol or in an asylum, as Walter had threatened. But Henny knew she couldn't let such threats unsettle her. It was too late to fuss about returning the key to its rightful owner. She had it, and with it she had a way of escaping Walter Gerhardt's home. She could not afford to miss her appointment with Johann in the church. Henny was still doubtful whether he could really help her, but he was the only lead she had. It was either him or nothing. Newly dressed Henny paused at Agnes's bed. To Henny's surprise, Agnes was still awake. Her eyelids fluttered, and in the dark she murmured, "Good luck out there, right? Thank you very much, but remember my earlier warning. You really don't need to wait up for me. You young girls need your beauty sleep. And you don't need to keep calling me Henrika either. I've always found it too formal. Henny is fine." "All right then, Henny. Stay safe." "I always do. Surviving is one of my talents." So saying, Henny slipped from the servants' quarters. She shut the door soundlessly behind her without giving the room a backwards glance, not even to wave Agnes goodbye. Now her thoughts were filled with nothing but Micah. "Oh, we gonna hear some shit in the hallway. How much we betting?" Henry crept down the stairs and crossed the narrow servants' hallway to the kitchen. Her footsteps sounded uncomfortably loud in the silence, but she encountered nobody during her trek to her relief. She was quite alone. Henny eventually made it to the back door, where deliveries were made. He thought it better to quit the house here, where it was less likely she would be uncovered by any passers-by out during a late night stroll. "Good night, King. Perhaps sleep well." And he drew the pilfered keyring from her pocket, with trembling fingers, and inserted a key into the hole. She tried to turn it, but was soon met with resistance. The door refused to budge. She must have selected the wrong key from the chain. He clicked her tongue, then tried another key. She still refused to turn the lock into the neck, and the neck. Each key tried resulted in further failure, which made her imagination race. What if the key chain she had swiped from Gertrude's pocket was the wrong one? There were many keys on the chain, all heavy, chunky pieces made from iron. There was no guarantee any of them led outside. Cold, hard panic now began to settle inside the pit of Henny's stomach. Her palms sweaty. Henny tried another key, the 8th. If she'd been keeping count, but she hadn't. She turned the key in the lock, expecting nothing, but oh! This key, unlike the rest, did turn, and smoothly, too like butter. The lock clicked and the door swung open, cool air rushing forth to meet Henny like an old friend. Thanking both her lucky stars and her deft fingers, Henny stepped out onto the street. She closed the back door behind her, locking it, and setting out into the night. Augsburg streets were still unfamiliar to Henny, but she remembered the way to St. Cecilia's. She had ingrained it into her consciousness during her trek there earlier, that morning with Agnes, lest she should be required to return. And he had not imagined that Johann would ask her to come back so soon, or so late, she supposed as she glanced up at the moon. The moon was not yet full, but soon it would be. It hung over the roofs of all the fine houses, lighting their chimney stacks and the wrought iron railings which fenced in their fine gardens. Henny hurried on, her footsteps echoing about the street. She prayed as she walked that she did not run into anybody, not that she knew many people in Augsburg. The city was strange to her. People even more so. The wind brushed against Henny's exposed cheek and her fingers, so she shivered. Early autumn, but it was uncommonly cold for it. It seemed the winter, when it arrived, would be frigid. Henny had thought little of the oncoming months, however, was so steeped in thoughts of the past. She planned for the future when she knew not how Micah was. Henny's heart beat in tandem with each footstep against the cobbles. With each monotonous strike of her heels, she thought of Micah. Please don't let me too late. Please, God, I'm begging you. Let me find my Micah. If we can be reunited, I'll ask nothing more from you. Not for as long as I live. It was fortunate for Henny's nerves, which now were stretched to their breaking point, that St. Cecilia's was not so very far from Walter's home. She arrived in under 10 minutes, though it felt longer. Henny had been so entrenched in her anxious musing that time itself seemed to slow to a trickle. Henny's every footstep far too slow to fight her hurried gait. The stained glass windows of the church were dark when Henny approached. The imposing wooden door was tightly shut. At a glance, it seemed to be closed. Even to the most godly of its congregation, the priest was in a bed. Henny hoped that this was all subterfuge, and Johann had not forgotten their promise. Henny approached the wooden doors with faltering steps, more anxious than she had been during her flight from Walter's home, and raised her fist. It was with cautious eyes she glanced about, searching the streets for any signs of life, but she found nobody. The streets were not wholly quiet, and he could hear the sounds of drunken revelry from a nearby tavern. The street upon which St. Cecilia stood was abandoned, the shops all closed and the lights in their windows extinguished. The breeze nudged Henny's arm as though spurring her onward. She looked up to the wooden door which poured before her as though to test her. She swallowed, tasting the cold air on her tongue, and she knocked. Henny knocked hesitantly, fearful of awakening the people in the neighboring houses. Unfortunately for her, however, the sound of her knocking seemed much too loud, almost as loud as the erratic beating of her heart. Henny waited fitfully, shifting from foot to foot, yet heard no noise from within the church. Was Johann not here? Forgotten about her? Perhaps he had simply fallen asleep while waiting, or maybe he had not heard her. And he chanced another series of knocks, more loudly this time. She rapped and rapped until her knuckles felt sore, throwing caution to the wind until... Oh, if it isn't the cunty man himself. One second, I'm going to do some eye drops because my eyes are a speech dry from reading. 1 second. So, one. Oh, yeah. Gotta wet my balls. My eyeballs. Oh, that's the shit right there. Oh, that's good. Oh, okay. Alrighty, right. Frau Henrike, so you did come back. I was beginning to wonder. The door opened with a low groan, and there stood Johann, illuminated by a silver sliver of wan candlelight which burned in the church behind him. He looked much as he had during Henny's initial meeting of the man, though Henny thought he was taller than she had recalled. Johann's neat dark hair was parted in the front, revealing a high forehead which spoke of learning, and his brown eyes were soft and gentle. You kept me waiting such a long while, I worried you might have forgotten our arrangement. Haida Marie was beginning to nag about it. Not that that's anything new. She teases every chance she gets. Wicked creature that she is. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep you. It took a while before I was able to slip away. I don't think the other maids would care to know that I'd gone off for a midnight stroll. Or Herr Gerhardt. Ah, yes, I understand. We all have our own circumstances. I apologize if I put you in a tight spot. It's no problem. I imagine you've got good reason for wanting to meet me so late, no matter how inconvenient it is. Now, who's this Haida Marie you spoke of? Is she your assistant? Oh, yes, that's right. She's here now to say hello to you, though I think she'll be rather cross that I took the wind from her sails. Knowing her, she would have wanted to introduce herself. She's really very... Johann, have you quite finished talking yet? I'm getting bored. It's rude to keep a lady waiting, you know. Ah, yes. My apologies. Do come away from the door, Frau Henrike. It's freezing tonight. I'd hate for you to catch your death cold. Come and warm yourself. You can meet Haida Marie while we're at it, and then you may tell her all you've told me. I'm sure she'll be interested in your tale. And he thanked Johann and entered the church, skirting the priest as she did so. moving at me. Chance to see this looked much as it had during the daylight, with its vaulted ceilings and its stained glass windows. The darkness rendering it eerie, however, the rows of pews drowned in shadow. Penny glanced about, unsure of who she would be searching for. Then, with wide eyes, she stilled. A figure had been sitting upon one of the pews, though it rose to its feet upon hearing Henry's approach and curtsied neatly. The figure was a diminutive one, so small, in fact, it made Henny start. The girl who stood before her, Henny did not think of her as a woman, was evidently young, perhaps 9 or 10 years of age. If she was in double digits, it must have been only barely. Her skin was pale white, even in the flickering candlelight, and her hair was fair and wavy, all ringlets. The girl's eyes, meanwhile, were wide and staring at her irises with a shocking hue which made Henny gasp. They were not blue, or green, or even dark gray. They were gold instead, and seemed to shine even brighter in the candlelight. The girl's eyes were even more sinister than Magdalena's. Are you Ida Marie? Yes, that's right. Didn't Johann say as much? My name is Ida Marie, and you are Frau Henrika, yes? Yes, that's me. Then you must be the woman Johann and I have been waiting for. It is very good to meet you, although you don't seem to share my sentiments. Why do you shrink from me so as a grown woman like yourself? Don't tell me that you're afraid. Just look at how small I am. You have nothing at all to be scared of. I don't bite. And she's a vampire. At least not that much. If Ida Marie's eyes had not made it immediately apparent that those teeth of hers, sharp as knives, served as the final nail in the proverbial coffin. Ida Marie was not an ordinary little girl. She was inhuman. Good. Sorry. Good God, you're just like her. Like who? Like the creature that captured my mistress. You're another monster. A monster, am I? Is that what you think? Ida Marie surveyed Henny, her smile unwavering. Holding one hand beneath her chin, the young girl tilted her head and said, I suppose I should take offense, but that might not be entirely inaccurate. To a human like you, I probably do seem like a monster. I won't deny. I'm capable of some rather wicked things. But Johann keeps me on a tight leash. Johann keeps you on a leash, okay. He'll be the first to tattle me should I step out of line with supervisors in the church, and then I'll be in trouble. If anybody knows how to strike fear into the hearts of the knight on a mortal, it's these boring men in their cleric robes. Then does that mean you really are a vampire? Naturally, how many ordinary humans do you know with eyes as bright as mine or teeth as sharp? I was a human once upon a time, but that feels a very, very long time ago now. I doubt the vampire you've a quarrel with, looks so shocked. Johanna told me all about it. Can hold a vampire to me. I've been alive if you care to call it that, for, I don't know. I've lost count. Mathematics has never been my strong suit. It's been such a long time, my mind fails me. I think it must have been at least 400 years at this point, though. God damn, Ida Marie. Okay, girl. 400 years. Yeah. I'm just gonna clean my nose. That is old. 400, yeah. 400! It has been about that long, yes. Ida Marie is prone to exaggerating, but she's being truthful on this score. She is an ancient vampire, one of the oldest, or so the church believes, in all of Europe. Ida Marie clicked her tongue. It's not polite, you know, to talk about a lady's age in so cavalier a manner. If we didn't have a guest over, I'd bite you for your insolence, Johann. And it isn't polite, strictly speaking, to threaten people that you disagree with. Not that you've ever cared about minding your manners. I care enough not to terrify our poor guest out of her wits, though I'm afraid my attempts at magnanimity are not working. She's shaking like a leaf. Are you all right, Frau Henrika? You aren't about to faint, are you? I know this must be an awful lot to swallow. A lot to swallow is right. This is impossible. If you really are a vampire, then what are you doing in a church, and why are you acting so familiar with the father? Oh, dearie me. Why could that be, I wonder? Why don't you let me elucidate, Fräulein? I may be a vampire, and an ancient vampire at that, but I'm no mindless monster who can think of nothing but her next meal. I've had my fill of screaming humans and flowing blood, so you can rest easy. I've tasted blood better than yours in the past. I'm certain of that. I've drunk so much of it, in fact, that I've just about gotten sick of it, which is for the best. I suppose, if I'd kept up my rampaging ways, the church would have seemed to me like that. Heidemarie made a gesture now against her neck, one which signified execution. I've been working for the church for over a century, my servitude in exchange for my continued life, and I've curtailed my bloodlust accordingly. I sup only on those whom I've permission to feed upon, namely, the lucky members of the clergy who've been tasked with taking care of me. I'll only bear these fangs of mine for Johann. I know she's 400, but girl, this is the one thing I always hate with the lollies, where they look like, she looks 10, but she's 400, and it's like, meh. Does that satisfy your concerns, Fräulein? Well, oh, please, Heidemarie snorted. Don't tell me that you're still afraid. What cause do you have to flee from a collared dog tied to a post? Heidemarie is telling the truth. She has a lot of bark, but no bite. Well, her bite is rather formidable, but I'm the only one who has to suffer its consequences. You'll be perfectly safe. I understand that you might fear her, but I've worked with her for almost 4 years, and she's never once gotten me in any trouble, beyond her tendency to answer back at it. There, you see? I'm as good as gold. My heart might even be as pure as a saint. I don't know if I'd go quite that far. Most saints don't have a past as bloody as yours. But it is all in the past, Johann. Well and truly, almost 2 centuries in the past, in fact. I've helped the church hunt down many, many vile vampires. I've saved scores of screaming virgins. I've done more than a lot of your silly Christian saints ever did, martyring themselves for no good reason. At least I actually get things done. Why would the church send a vampire to fight another vampire, though? It makes no sense. Doesn't it? Heidemarie raised an eyebrow. Do you know what they say, Fräulein, about fighting fire with fire? The same holds true here. We vampires are a formidable race with unparalleled speed and strength. Johann would stand no chance against the vampire, being a bumbling human of limited physical strength, but I can make short work of the wicked night walker who has kidnapped your mistress of that, I promise you. Would you really be able to do that? It's well within my abilities. My past record ought to speak for itself. When it comes to hunting vampires, Heidemarie is second to none. If you wish to rescue your mistress, then we must rely upon her. I know you might find her disagreeable, but she's more trustworthy than she appears. She really has been an indispensable ally to me. Why, Johann, you flatter me. If you continue to be so complimentary, I may have to reward you in turn. Would you like me to bite you just a little? I've heard some people find it therapeutic. Oh, do behave yourself. What happened to trying to make our guest feel welcome? Johann tutted, then turned back to Henny. So, what do you think? Will you consent to letting Heidemarie help you? Well, You'll say yes if you really love your mistress, no matter how many misgivings you might have. You can spurn me if you wish. You wouldn't be the only one, but you'll only be hurting yourself in the long run. You shouldn't cut your nose off to spite your face, Fräulein, even if it's rather lumpy. You need me more than I need you. I don't. I mean... And he stood still for several moments, dithering, her heart hammering like a war drum within her breast. She hadn't imagined that Johann's acquaintance might be another vampire, one who seemed even more fearsome than Magdalena. It was all a lot to take in. She was still reeling, hurt by Johann's lack of transparency, stung by Heidemarie's impish words, and yes, afraid to be in such close proximity of yet another godless creature. Up until 2 weeks prior, Henny had not known vampires existed. Now she had learned to fear them. But looking at Head Marie made Henny's blood run cold. But so, too, did the memory of what Magdalena had done to those bandits. Blah. It was impossible that a human could contend with such strength. The Head Marie was not a human. As a fellow vampire, perhaps she could overwhelm Magdalena. It was worth a try at least. Anything was for Micah's sake. All right. I'm prepared to trust you, Head Marie. Despite my misgivings, I will leave my mistress's safety in your hands. And what capable hands I have, so fair and slender, like two lovely lilies. Thank you for your vote of confidence, Fräulein. You're most kind. Head Marie took her ornate skirts in both hands and dropped a curtsy. I would be more than happy to assist you with your little problem. It's been a while since I went on a hunt, and I've been fitfully bored. Before that, however, I would propose a plan. What sort of plan? Will you not go to rescue Micah? Of course, but tonight would be a poor time for it. My services haven't been required in quite some time, and I've been spending most of my time sleeping to conserve my energy. I need a few days to rejuvenate. And no small amount of blood. Head Marie looked to Johann, then grinned unpleasantly as a gargoyle might. I hope you're prepared. It'd be most unfortunate for all of us if you were to collapse upon me. You're concerned about me? How kind of you. That makes quite the change from usual. You needn't worry about my resilience, however. I will be quite all right. Ha! That's what I like to hear. You religious men might be boring, but at least you're strong. You're no strangers to suffering, I'll grant you that. The Lord does send us these trials to test us. Johann smiled dryly while Head Marie scoffed. Yes, but it won't be your precious Lord who's going to make a meal out of your neck, you dingbat. You'd be so cruel sometimes. I used to be crueler. I'm afraid I've lost my edge. Spending so much time with you, you're a terrible influence. Now, we shall pursue this wicked vampire in 1 week's time upon the night of the full moon. My powers should then be at their peak. None should be able to stop me. They do say that pride comes before a fall, you know. To lesser mortals, perhaps, but not to me, since when have I ever failed in my duties? I suppose you have a point there. I always do. Smiling smugly in the manner of all young children who have successfully managed to outwit an adult, Head Marie looked back to Henny, one hand resting upon her hip. I shall bid you auf Wiedersehen for the present, Fräulein. The hour is advanced, and while we vampires thrive in the dark, you humans need your rest. Do not be a stranger, though, I beg of you. I will require your service when the appointed day comes, so you can guide me into the woods to the abode of this vampire. Do you need me to stick around, then? Isn't that what I just said? Do try to listen. We'll never get anywhere if I'm obliged to continuously repeat myself. Worry not, please. I'm sure you just must be nervous wandering into the woods so late at night, but you will be quite safe. I'll be with you too to ensure that Head Marie doesn't get up to any mischief. As if I would! You wound me, Johann. Head Marie pouted, but it seemed put on too theatrical to be heartfelt. Did Head Marie even have a heart in her possession tucked away inside her ribcage, which continued to beat? He would have been surprised if the ravages of time had turned it into dust. This vampire's abode will most likely be concealed from prying eyes with some sort of glamour. If you're able to bring me to the rough location, however, I should be able to see past all her trifling enchantment. This silly little vampire will be in for quite the rude awakening indeed. Oh, I can't wait to see the look of surprise upon her face until I slice off her skull. It's going to be so much fun. God damn. Henny's nerves were as disorderly as the cargo hold of a mercantile ship during a storm as she crept through Augsburg streets blanketed by the inky darkness. The sound of her footsteps on the cobblestones seemed to echo through the dark night, which she navigated. Henny could hear the faint sound of revelries in the distance as swathes of drunk men consorted in the alehouse, but Henny kept her distance. She had no desire to speak to anybody at the present, particularly not leery, overly talkative soused with beer and cider, and he thought it appropriate that the public houses should be open during Sundays at all, when it was supposed to be a day of rest. But she had little room to judge. He too had spent her Sunday running errands, but that errands had been of a clerical nature. She had spent the midnight hours in church consorting with the priest. What could be more respectable than that? There was Haida Marie to consider too, Penny supposed, but she wasn't sure what to think about her. Haida Marie was a strange, unnerving creature, one whose existence seemed to be seemed to spit in the face of God himself, and he could recall with startling clarity the dark paleness of Haida Marie's skin and her unnerving irises, gold, just like the fields of wheat or expensive jewelry. Haida Marie was smaller than Magdalena and very clearly younger, must have been cut from the same cloth. Two alike monsters with unalike professions. Magdalena kidnapped ladies for sport and drained them of their blood. Haida Marie, meanwhile, seemed determined to help them. Henry was unsure whether she could trust Haida Marie, but knowing her smile had been disconcerting. But she did trust Johann. He appeared to be every inch the gentleman Agnes had told her, even-tempered and eager to help. If he could keep Haida Marie in hand, then perhaps they really would be able to find and rescue Micah. That was what Henny wanted to believe. She did not like to think that her efforts to help Micah were all in vain, nor that she was too late. Henny knew she could not discount their possibility. It had been over a fortnight since Micah had been taken a prisoner, but neither did she want to dwell upon it. She had allies now, though. She had found them in an unlikely place, and things soon would be set into motion. With Haida Marie and Johann's help, she would venture forth into the woods, and she would find Magdalena's home once more. There, they would confront the wicked vampire who had imprisoned Micah, and they would save her. Like a fairy tale, everything would end happily ever after. Though the fairy tale Henny's mother had told her as a child had rarely ended like that. The fairy tales imported from France, such as Cinderella, had ended cheerfully, enough with goodness reigning triumphal, and royal weddings, but the homespun tales which originated in German soil were of a less cheerful bent. Oh girl, please don't. We don't need to go into fucking German fucking fairy tales. They're horrible. We know. Everybody dies, children get thumbs cut off, they get set on fire, etc. Those tales have been full of dead or dying children, basins full of body parts and heads lopped off. Yeah. Henny shivered as the cold wind nipped her fingers. No, she would not think of that. Micah wasn't dead. She couldn't be dead. If she lost faith in Micah now, she would be no better than Walter. He'd given up on his fiancée earlier than most Rick might have, but Henry would not. Henny would not. Girl, she gonna go back in that house and hear that man banging that maid. She had known Micah since they had been children, and she believed, by God, how earnestly she wanted to believe that Micah still lived. Micah might have appeared frail, but she was not the sort to simply give in. She had more panache than her pale complexion would have credited. That was why Micah and her mother had always been at loggerheads. Lady from Essen had not known what to do with her child, who had been so infuriatingly willful. Lady from Essen had thought that Micah's stubbornness was a defect, but Henny had always thought otherwise. Henny loved Micah for her fierceness. Fieriness. Pardon. She would always accept her mistress through her parents, and later her fiancé had not. That was why she meant to try so hard for Micah's sake. She would do anything to assure her mistress's safety, even lacerate her soles upon a sea of broken glass. Okay, girl, calm down. It was not glass, fortunately, which Henny had to navigate, but cobblestone, and they were far less precarious. He stole away to Walter Gerhardt's house, which looked larger and more imposing than ever in the shadows. She then crept about to the back door where the servants entered and exited. Unseen by all, save the watchful moon, Henny slid her ill-gotten key into the lock and twisted it. The door soon gave way, swinging open, and Henny stepped aside. She locked the door behind her, stashed the keys away in her pocket, and removed her shoes, lining them up alongside those of her fellow maids. Quiet as an assassin, she crept through Walter's house. She navigated the kitchens and the servants' quarters until she came to the thin ribbon of oak steps which led to her own quarters. During her nighttime wanderings, Henny met with no opposition. It was past midnight, and Walter's household was at rest, the magic of sleep infused into its very eaves. Even Gertrude, who was alert during the day, would now have been lying in her private quarters in her nightgown, dreaming of whatever it was housekeepers dreamt of, barking orders and making the scullery maids cry, most likely. Henny knew that Gertrude would be less than impressed when she discovered a set of her keys had gone missing, and he would have to finagle some way of returning them unnoticed when the sun rose. But that could wait for later. Henny had more pressing concerns weighing upon her. She crept across the hallway, praying for the wooden floorboards not to creak or to give her way. She did not think Gertrude would take kindly upon knowing she'd been skulking around about at night, or Walter for that matter. And he could hear Walter's officious tone now as he lounged at his escritoire, the master of all he surveyed. I take you into my home, and this is how you repay me? Sneaking out at odd hours like a common thief, and stealing from Gertrude as you please? Have you no shame? I've tried to be patient with you, Frau Henrika, but this is the final straw. I want you gone from my house as soon as possible, before you've a chance to infect any of my other maids with your lousy conduct. Yes, Henny thought, that sounded about right, though something was missing from her phantasmal summoning of Walter Gerhardt. She hadn't peppered his speech with nearly enough Latin. Oh, we made it back. Smiling to herself, Henny led herself into her room and sank upon her bed with a sigh of relief. She had returned from her midnight rendezvous in one piece, and Walter Gerhardt's household was none the wiser. The other maids were all abed in their nightgowns, fast asleep. Hermione was turned over on her side, copper-colored hair spilled across her pillow, while Agnes, snuffling softly like a field mouse, her fingers curled at her side. Henny smiled at Agnes fondly, appreciative of all her aid. Then she prepared herself for bed. Henny stripped off her clothes, accompanied by the sound of 6 girls all snoring, and changed into her nightgown. Newly dressed, Henny slid beneath her covers. They were cold and icy against her bared arms and legs, and she shivered. Henny turned hopelessly to sleep, all the while fearing it was possible, when... Oh, Henny? A voice called to Henny in the dark, soft and girlish, only barely audible above the sound of snoring. It was Agnes. Henny had thought her asleep. She must have been more cunning than Henny had given her credit for. That, or her changing, had aroused the girl from her uneasy slumber. Oh, Agnes! Thank you for the googly eyes. I thought I said you didn't have to stay up for me. I know you did. And I did try to sleep, but I couldn't. You took such a long time, I was afraid you wouldn't come back. The streets of Augsburg are so twisty and turny, and it's even worse in the dark. It gets scary out there when it's so late. I knew you'd be safe with Johann, but on your own. Agnes bit her lower lip. I'm glad you didn't get into any trouble. You didn't get into any trouble, did you? No, I didn't. As you can see, I'm quite all right. I kept my head down, my feet moving, and didn't stop to talk to any strange men, other than Father Dvorak at the church. Do you suppose he counts? He is quite unusual for a priest, yes, but I'm very fond of him. Me too, I think you might be onto something there. So, what did he say? Did he agree to help you find your mistress? And he nodded. He said it would be possible, but first he asked me to wait a few days. He said we'd have better luck rescuing Micah, that is to say my lady, when the moon is full. I can't say why exactly, but he seemed to know what he was talking about. Father Dovrik always does. He knew just what to say to my mother when she was at her worst too. She was in such a bad way. I thought she'd never get better, but Father Dovrik proved me wrong. He really can do the impossible. Just you see. I'm sure he'll be able to rescue Lady Micah. I'm sure he will. He is the professional when it comes to all these supernatural going-ons, or so it seems. So I'll leave it all to him and his assistant, I suppose. Oh yes, his assistant. You mentioned her earlier. What was she like? Oh, it's hard to describe her. I suppose she was very unusual. Unusual? She wasn't at all what I expected. I think I can trust her, though. I'm glad to hear it. She asked me to guide her and Father Dovrik into the woods, actually to help them locate Micah. So you're going to go back into the forest after everything that happened? I have to. If I want to rescue Micah, I don't have much of a choice. I suppose, but aren't you nervous? I would be ever so. I don't know if I'd be able to bear it. I'm sure it will be fine. And he said lightly, though in truth she didn't feel fine. She had many unpleasant memories attached to that forest, memories she would far rather forget. It had been in the woods, it had been in those woods that Lord and Lady from Essen had lost their lives. And he could still recall Lord from Essen's rasping, dying breaths, Lady from Essen's screams. It had been the flash of a blade, and then I won't be alone. I'll be with Father Dvorak. He promised to protect me. Father Dvorak can do anything. Remember, can do anything. Isn't that what you said? He's a miracle worker. I suppose so, yes. I know what magic he is capable of, but oh, Henny, please look after yourself. I would hate for you to get hurt after all you've been through. I think you've suffered enough. Don't worry, Agnes. It'll take more than a few bandits to put the fear of God into me, or a few vampires for that matter. They can't scare me. Oh, well, they can. And he corrected herself, seeing the doubt in Agnes's eyes. But I won't let them get to me. Micah endured a lot for my sake, and as I, her maid, want to do the same for her. I'd do anything to see her again. Will you be willing to go that far? Of course I would. Micah is the most important person in the world to me. Her happiness is my happiness. The thought of facing that infernal vampire is scary. It's less scary than the thought of never seeing her again. I want to know that she's all right. There's nothing in this world I want more than that. There's nothing I won't endure for her sake. Damn, girl. Okay, I'm going to grab a drink really quick. Hold on, I'll be right back. I need some caffeine. Okay. I love how every time I get up, I practically eat shit. Tripping over my fucking blanket. Gonna end bad one of these days. It's gonna be bang! Ah, this house is too fucking cold! Damn. Hold on, let me crack my shit open here. Oh yeah. Ah. Put a straw in it. Oh, that ice sounds horrible because it's glass. Ah, I got some go-go juice. Ah. All right. We're done. Another week passed. A week which for Henny was spent in anticipation of the full moon, when she would travel once more into the woods with Johann and Heidemarie. For Micah, however, this week seemed very uneventful indeed. Magdalena continued to drain Micah of her blood in the nights, their silvery knife and the ceramic bowl used to catch her blood. They talked a little during these sessions, though. Their dialogue was always clipped. Micah wincing from the pain, while Magdalena winced at it, inflicting it. Magdalena had stopped sitting with Micah when she ate her dinner, and their turn in the garden seemed a thing of the distant past. Micah feared the relationship would continue thus, stoic and uninvolved, save for the regular bloodletting, until one overcast Wednesday morning, when Magdalena again brought Micah her breakfast in person. Magdalena had been depositing Micah's breakfast upon her bedside while she slept, during the last few days, as she had when Micah first took up her unwilling residence in Magdalena's home. She had thought Magdalena's early morning greetings had been a one-off, not to be repeated. Evidently she'd been wrong. A half-asleep Micah was roused by a rapping of knuckles upon her door, which then swung open to reveal Magdalena, a pale of face and of hair, her under eyes dark and smudged as though with pencil lead. Magdalena bore in her hands a tray upon which was a pot of tea and a plate of 2 buttered scones. Here you are, my lady. Magdalena rested the tray upon Micah's lap, who still sat in bed with an exaggerated flourish and a neat curtsy. I hope today's breakfast finds you well. Oh, thank you. To what do I owe this pleasure? do I need a reason to check in on my favorite prisoner? I thought only that it had been a while since I'd paid you an unexpected visit, and it would do well to keep you on your toes. I would so hate for us to fall into a routine. They're awfully dull. You may accuse me of being cruel as much as you want, but I can't bear the thought of being called boring. Oh, you're on anything but, Micah reassured Magdalena with a small smile. By now the surprise of Magdalena's visit had begun to wear thin, and Micah had begun to feel a strange stirring in her breast. It was not fear nor anxiety, as it had been in the beginning, but something softer and sweeter. It's hard to put her finger upon what it was exactly, but you should pour yourself some tea and quickly before it gets cold. It would be an awful waste. I think you will like today's blend. It's apple tea with a touch of honey. I only hope it isn't too sweet. Oh no, it's fine. I like sweet food. I know you do. You have the palate of a small child. Magdalena smiled, her cheeks dimpling despite her obvious exhaustion, and gestured to the teapot. Go on, drink. Do. Go on, drink, do? Okay. You need to preserve your strength. Thank you. That's very thoughtful of you. Micah reached for the teapot and began to pour. A stream of amber-colored liquid spilt from the spout of the pot and into her cup, all the while exuding forth fragrant steam. How big is your goddamn teacup? Calm down. Jesus. That was a lot of tea. The tea both looked and smelt delicious, as sweet and fresh as an orchard. I know, right? Sounded like peeing. Micah let her fingers curl about the handle of her cup, and slowly she brought it to her lips. She blew upon the surface of the apple tea to further cool it and sipped. As she drank, she became aware of Magdalena's eyes, fixed upon her own. Magdalena's gaze was steady, disconcertingly serious, despite her previous stream of prattle, as though meaning to commit Micah's every contour to memory. Was she anxious that at any given moment Micah might disappear like the steam which unfurled from her teacup? The experience was not wholly pleasant, and made Micah's skin prickle. Sweet though the tea was, Micah found she could not focus upon it, not when Magdalena's gaze was so doleful. Did Magdalena know something she did not? Perhaps there was a reason beyond her visit, that cool, overcast Wednesday morning, beyond mere whimsy. Was today to be the final time Magdalena would serve Micah breakfast? The final time they would sit together and talk as though they were equals. Perhaps that night, Magdalena meant to end it all. The regular bloodletting sessions left Micah feeling drained, and the inside of her arm stung horribly when she tried to sleep. Anxious thoughts festered inside Micah's head like mushrooms did in the dark, until they threatened to overwhelm her. The tea all of a sudden tasted too sweet upon her tongue, and she choked upon it. Oh, Micah! Magdalena started forth to rub Micah's back with her right hand, her fingers uncomfortably cold even through the fabric of Micah's nightgown. Are you all right? Here, let me help you. Magdalena patted Micah's back until her coughs had subsided, her expression one of concern like that of a friend, perhaps even a lover. Micah could feel Magdalena's breath upon her cheek like a puff of Arctic air, void not just of warmth, but of life. As a being which had already died, it seemed unlikely that Magdalena needed to breathe at all. She only continued to do so because she was accustomed to it, maybe because she wished to cling onto some fragrant fragment of her long-lost humanity. It was all an act, though. She was a monster. Or was she? Mike had never known a monster so kind before, or so considerate. Thank you. Micah murmured abashed as he set down her cup of half-drunk tea. She felt overwhelmed by her feelings for Magdalena, and she found she could not look her hostess in the eye. There's no need to thank me, dear. I brought you that tea as a token of kindness. I'd hate for you to choke upon it. Magdalena giggled. Irreverent as always, her breezy chatter could not, however, hide how very tired she was. Magdalena reached one hand to her temple to brush back a few misplaced strands of her ashen hair. As she did, one of her sleeves rolled back, Once again, the corset ties which bound her wrists had come undone. Had she been too busy preparing breakfast to tighten them? Micah could see a large expanse of Magdalena's skin. Even more marks marred Magdalena's skin, marks which were deeper and angrier than the ones Micah had seen before out in the garden. Those marks were accompanied with bruises, black and blue and green, which stippled Magdalena's skin from her wrist all the way down to her elbow. Her skin seemed like a canvas upon which a demented artist had worked, spattering paint here and there with no rhyme or reason. Vampires couldn't bleed. They could bruise. Could be hurt. Perhaps they could even be broken. It was an uncomfortable sight which made Micah forget her own impending fate at once. How could she worry about herself when it was clear Magdalena was in so much pain? But there are even more marks on your arm than before. What in the world is happening to you? That looks horribly painful. Oh, this? Frowning grimly, Magdalena drew her sleeve back down and said, "It is an occupational hazard." "Then it is part of your job?" Magdalena nodded, a thin smile capturing her lips anew. "I'm glad you're so quick to catch on. It saves me the effort of explaining myself, which isn't something I care to do at the present. It's too early in the morning for it, and the story behind these bruises not so very interesting. I'm accustomed to them. And this happens often. More so than I'd like, yes." "What? But that... you..." Micah's mouth opened and fell as a fish might, yet no words came out. She did not know how to articulate her horror, nor what would happen, nor would be appropriate to say. How could Magdalena endure injuries such as this while smiling? She made it sound as though it was no issue, and perhaps being a vampire, these wounds hurt less than it appeared, but surely it must have been for her to receive quite that many marks. "I don't think that anybody should endure such treatment, even if they're used to it. Familiarity doesn't make abuse any better, or any easier to bear. In fact, I think it may be even worse. It's not always easy to bear, indeed." "But why are you worrying about me, silly thing?" Smiling, Magdalena poked Micah's nose with the tip of her index finger. "Worry about yourself first. I'll be fine no matter what misfortunes might befall me. I cannot say the same for you, though. You humans are awfully fragile. Perhaps I am compared to you. It seems you vampires are surprisingly fragile, too." Magdalena, for all her pomp, was not indestructible. Micah knew that now, to look upon Magdalena's bruises. Had the rest of her body been subjected to similar abuse? For what cause? The thought made Micah feel sick. The scent of the apple tea, once so homey, made her stomach turn. Micah had lost most of her appetite, but at Magdalena's bidding, she forced herself to eat. While aware she was being silly, for all she knew, she might be dead come the setting of the sun. She did not want to let Magdalena down. It was clear that she had endured enough already. Several minutes passed, neither Micah nor Magdalena speaking, as Micah partook of her breakfast. She chewed her scones, which now tasted of wallpaper, and washed them down with sips of apple tea, which reminded her of washing up water. Once finished, her plate cleared of all save crumbs, her teacup empty of all save dregs, Magdalena took the tray and set it upon her bedside table. "There now, how do you feel? Refreshed, I hope?" "Oh, yes, very." "I'm glad to hear it. Now, do you wish me to help you with your toilet?" "For what?" "You can hardly sit abed all day in your night clothes. In a pretty dress, certainly it must be, being one of my own, but you can hardly wear it all the time. The fabric is much too flimsy." Micah looked down at herself, bemused. "Do you mean to help me dress myself?" "If you wish. I might as well. I feel like pampering you today is all. And aren't you accustomed to this kind of thing? You must have had servants to help you dress growing up. Was that not Henny's job?" "She did help me, yes, but you needn't trouble yourself on my behalf. I'm old enough to know how to dress myself. Age does not factor into when one is a lady. I feel awful that I've been treating you in such an abysmal manner. If I had a spare lady's maid to offer you, I would, but alas, my castle is quite deserted." Quite deserted, thought Micah, save for Magdalena's mysterious mistress, but she did not comment upon this. Micah had no desire to make things awkward between herself and Magdalena, not when it had been several days since last they had spoken. She didn't want Magdalena to leave. But neither did she want Magdalena to act like a servant. It seemed beneath her. I thought you were a lady once yourself. You shouldn't need to dress me. Oh yes, that is true. It gets tired, of being a lady all the time. Won't you let me indulge? I thought it might be fun to experiment, and I fear I'll not get such an opportunity in the future. Well, if you insist. Micah capitulated with a small sigh, but she was not truly upset. She was intrigued, rather at the prospect of having Magdalena act as her servant, intrigued and somewhat aback. The thought of Magdalena's fingers lifting her nightgown, knuckles brushing against her bared arms, her back, her shoulders, was startlingly intimate, not unpleasantly so. Do with me what you will. I shall entrust myself to your capable hands. That is the answer I was hoping for, yes. Thank you for trusting me so, dear Micah. I promise I will take very good care of you. I've been hoping to get my hands on you for a while now. Now, why do you make that sound so delicious? My, do you really think it sounds delicious? You know it does. You're doing this on purpose to make me blush. And do you blush when your Henny helps you out of your night clothes and into your day dress? No, but that isn't the same. Henny is Henny, whereas you're... Yes? Magdalena took Micah's hand and helped her stand, her red eyes glinting wickedly. Micah hadn't expected this, and she stumbled, but she never did hit the floor. Magdalena was there to catch her. Magdalena snaked one arm about Micah's waist, and pressing their bodies together, she softly said, What am I exactly? You're... you. I am. Impossible. If you mean to be my maid for the day, you are acting in a most impertinent manner. Perhaps I am, but alas, it's not in my nature to be pertinent. I have to wonder what you were expecting. I wonder myself, I must be going mad. I can't blame you for that, my dear Micah. Not when you've been imprisoned for as long as you have. I myself have often wondered whether I'd not become similarly addled. I've never been entrapped far, far longer than you have. Now, Magdalena smiled, all brightness new, her smile one which easily rivaled the weak, watery sunshine which crept in through gaps in the drawn curtains. We have tarried too long. Let me first relieve you of your nightgown, my lady. Micah stood there feeling very exposed as Magdalena moved to undress her. Her face red and still at Magdalena's touch and the brush of her fingertips. But still she stood there, pliant as an antique doll as Magdalena slid her nightgown upwards. Micah's nightgown, which was long, was lifted above her knees, her thighs, then her chest, and finally her head. Magdalena clasped the flimsy garment aside with a deft movement, though she was careful not to crease it. Fondling the gown with experienced hands in a manner comparable to Henny's, she set it aside, then stood back to examine Micah. Goodness me, you really are lovely. Micah was not yet wholly naked. She wore a chemise beneath her nightgown, which was eggshell white and shapeless. She felt naked nonetheless, exposed before Magdalena's wandering eyes. Henny had often helped Micah dress and undress, and while Henny had been prone to complimenting her mistress, her eyes had never wandered thus. Magdalena's irises were burning, and Micah too began to shiver. Shivers only increased further still as Magdalena drew in her fingers, taking out the buttons which ran along the front of her chemise. Now, why don't you let me take care of this? Fiddly work. I don't much mind. It is well worth it to spend more time with you like this. I know I tease a lot, but I'm being serious when I tell you this, my dear Micah. I really did miss spending time with you. Ayo. Aw. Damn. Once Micah was fully dressed and her hair neatly brushed, Magdalena suggested that they go for another walk in the garden as they had earlier in the week. Motherfuckers. Micah, who had been shut up in her room since their brief excursion, agreed swiftly. She'd begun to fear cloistered away as she was, that she might never feel the sunlight upon her cheeks again. That there was all that much sunlight to be had, they being so gray and gloomy. The sun was largely concealed by clouds, its rays tempered by a cool breeze which snaked down the nape of Micah's neck and the back of her dress. Bruh, a walk? Yeah. Lesbians like walk. Ooh. Micah shuddered upon standing outdoors, goose flesh rippling across her arms. While it was not a pleasant day by any stretch of the imagination, at least it wasn't raining, not like last time. That was something to be thankful for. Micah supposed it was on account of the general unpleasantness and the malaise which hung in the air that Magdalena had suggested they go outside at all. It had been a bright, sunny sort of day. It seemed unlikely she would have been able to endure it with the aid of her wide-brimmed hat. Magdalena and Micah strolled about the garden together for a few minutes, the only sound that of their footsteps that depressed the tall grass beneath them. These overlong fronds of grass brushed against Micah's ankles, all studded with morning dew, dampening Micah's socks, so she shivered further still. Cupid's lichen spotted remains looked every bit as grim as Micah recalled, and the fountain itself looked very dull when framed by the cloudy, monotone sky. The whole garden was gray, really, the grass and the dirt and the wildflowers, save for the violent, righteous explosion of bright red offered by Magdalena's favorite roses. It was by these roses Magdalena paused, as she had during their last walk, and with a small smile, she reached to caress one of the monstrously large roses with the tips of her fingers. I always forget how pretty these roses are. I barely ever pause to see them during the daylight. The kind is not known for our affinity to the sun. It does make one forget, however, how lovely the world can look when it isn't smudged with it in perpetual darkness. I'm starting to feel like I've been missing out. Humans like you, I suppose, take the daylight for granted. Magdalena glanced over her shoulder, her red eyes finding Micah's, and smiled wanly. This is how the world has always been for you. You live in a world of warmth and brightness, where everything is bathed in color. No idea how fortunate you are. My days weren't as bright as you might imagine. I didn't spend my days frolicking outdoors in the sunlight, if that is what you are thinking. My mother would have never approved. There was little she did approve of, in fact. Was she a stern disciplinarian then? I can imagine nobody stricter. My mother, I suppose she was looking after my best interests. I know she loved me and I loved her, but sometimes I think I resented her. Micah exhaled, feeling lightheaded suddenly at her own confession. She had never spoken of her feelings about her mother to anybody before, not quite this earnestly. Penny knew Micah's feelings toward her mother were cool, beyond the veneer of cordiality. He extended to the Von Essen matriarch, but Micah had never once spoken of her bitterness, her anger, or her hurt. She had kept these ugly feelings buried deep inside her, keenly aware of how ungrateful her complaints must have sounded to a woman like Penny. What did Micah have to complain of when her family was genteel and she lived in a sprawling manor house? Micah thought it churlish, bemoaned her lot in life. Others were suffering more than she. Children were abandoned on the streets every day by penniless mothers, unable to care for them, or else sold into service, and yet Micah had possessed all a young woman could have asked for. She had not been truly happy. Her mother had seen to that. Part of Micah hated herself for her unfilial feelings, but she had been unable to help them. She'd been harboring these feelings for such a long time. She could no longer remain quiet. My mother thought of herself as being a very grand and noble lady. This came at the expense of how she regarded everyone else. She was cruel to the servants. She would snap at them for the smallest of misdemeanors. She often threatened to fire them, though she knew many of them needed the employment. They needed our money. Not that we had much of that. It was all for show. That was another thing that rankled my mother. She liked to act as though she was untouchable, but she was more aware than most of our precarious finances. I think that was why she was so obsessed with appearances. We had little else to cling to. It was she who devised my wedding to Walter Gerhardt. I think she saw it as an opportunity to call back some of our past wealth and our past prestige. She did not care that I disliked him. When I told her of my feelings, she told me that I was being selfish. She said that if I truly cared for her and for my family, I would obey. I tried to protest. How was I being selfish? I'd always done what she had asked, but she didn't like that very much. My mother rarely liked what I did, but she liked it even less when I tried to stand my ground. I say tried because it didn't work. She slapped me as though I was a naughty girl, though I was over 20 at the time. She cut my cheek with one of her many expensive rings when she refused to pawn, no matter how dire our straits were. She would rather sell me off than her rings, or her brooches, or her fur coats. And she sent me to my room in disgrace. I spent most of my days in my room staring out my bedroom window, dreaming of escape. Maybe that's why I'm so good at sitting inside, my head bowed, like a good little prisoner, with a good deal of practice. You could say that I'm perfect, that I perfected the art. Though I was never able to improve my skill at embroidery, no matter how much time I rattled away indoors. I've never been able to become the accomplished lady my mother desired, despite her needling. I've always been lacking. I was too flighty, too stubborn, too thoughtless. Mother often said I was a poor daughter, but in those respects, I think I was quite a not like her. I made a perfect Von Essen, at the very least. I'm being quiet, probably that's why. There we go. Better. You poor thing. Magdalena sighed once Mike had finished her missive, her red eyes shadowy from beneath the rim of her hat. It sounds as though you've suffered too. I'd not known. Forgive me for speaking so carelessly about your lot in life. It's a bad habit of mine to act like a know-it-all when I understand very little. I used to be scolded for that myself when I was a human. Did you often get into arguments with your mother? Not my mother, no. I rarely had cause to speak to her. I had a figure in my life quite like your own Lady Von Essen. She thought she was very righteous. She used her righteousness as a weapon. It was an excuse to be as cruel as she wished to those she considered beneath her. It was frightening when my home was sacked. I was not all upset when she passed away. She deserved it. Magdalena pulled her face and sighed. Now, why am I speaking of so dreary a subject? I wanted to come out here to cheer myself up. All this melancholia rather defeats the purpose. Sorry. It was Micah's turn to apologize. Abashed, she bowed her head while brushing a strand of hair behind the shell of her ear. I just thought, I don't know. I've not been able to speak about my mother to anybody before, so when I started, I couldn't stop. The words all came tumbling out. It was improper of me and unfair too. My poor mother had not yet been dead has not even been dead yet for a full month. I feel like I should at least wait a year before beginning to slander her. That sounds like standard protocol. Oh, don't worry your pretty little head about that. I'm glad that you trust me enough to open up to me, particularly on a matter so personal. I only worry I won't be able to offer an appropriate response in return. Still dreadfully tired, you see. Yes, I can see that. Magdalena looked wearier than she had during their first stroll about the garden, when she had fallen asleep on Micah's shoulder. Magdalena seemed so tired, in fact, It was a wonder she was even able to remain upright. Her left hand had quivered when she reached to brush her fingertips to her favorite roses. Not been sleeping very much this week. If I was, I would be in bed right now inside my chamber, but there can be no rest for the wicked. Is that not how the saying goes? It is a popular adage, yes. I don't know if you're wholly wicked, though. Only partially, then? I don't think anybody in this world is fully good or bad. We're complicated creatures, even vampires. Maybe I thought you were a cruel monster at first, but I think my initial opinion was unfair. Really? Magdalena smiled, her red eyes mischievous, even despite her evident exhaustion. I'm glad you've since changed your tune, though I do have to wonder why that is. I hope you don't pity me. I feel worried for you, maybe. I don't know if that's the same thing as pity. Such feelings are cut from the same cloth. As a vampire, I have no need to court the concerns of humans. You are lowly creatures, far beneath me in the pecking order. I ought to find your worry insulting, really, but... Magdalena looked now to her feet, uncommonly abashed. She cleared her throat. Had she been a human, Micah wondered whether she would have blushed and said, It has been a long, long while since anybody worried about me. I'd almost forgotten what it felt like. It's not entirely unpleasant, I suppose. But I do wish you wouldn't. Why is that? Your sympathy is wasted upon me. I don't deserve it. While it is true we all have good and bad within us, even monsters, I did kidnap you, and I am holding you a prisoner. I have inflicted almost a dozen wounds upon your poor arm, and I've taken a lot of your blood. I'm making you suffer. You've no reason at all to worry about me. You ought to hate me instead. It's what I deserve. You say that, and you'd be correct to do so, but... Micah took a step forth, depressing the scrubby grass beneath her soles, and examined Magdalena, a few inches away from the protective lip of her parasol. Magdalena was still holding to the ground, her eyes obscured in shadows. She was shivering, but Micah did not think this was from the cold. She did not think a vampire like Magdalena could feel the cold. I don't think you really wish to hurt me. Not for the sake of it, at least. And what makes you think that? You do. You always look apologetic when you take my blood, and a few days prior you said as much yourself. Aren't you doing this for your mistress's sake? Ah, yes, my mistress. You would be right on that score. I would not be doing any of this, had I a choice in the matter. My wants are irrelevant. My mistress is hungry, ravenous even, and she has a tendency to violence when I cannot satisfy her. I've been doing her bidding for many years, but I don't believe I've ever once been able to make her happy. I don't know if she's capable of feeling such an emotion. She's a selfish creature. She always demands more from me. I know she cannot help herself. She has her own extenuating circumstances, but it does get wearisome. Being forever at the beck and call of a tempestuous being like that, even during my afterlife. I had hoped, as a vampire, I'm able to do what I wish for a change, but fate has not been kind to me. If God does exist, which I doubt, he must surely be laughing at my plight. I'm sure he wouldn't. I know that I don't think any of this is funny, not in the slightest. Well, you wouldn't. You are rather too kind to laugh at the misfortune of others. I sometimes fear my own suffering has been so egregious. However, I feel like laughing at it myself. When I do not wish to cry, of course. Magdalena paused and frowned. She shook her head once more, her eyes darkening, and said, "Oh, listen to me talking so much. I must sound awfully tedious." "I don't think so. I'm happy to learn more about you. Even though I will kill you one day. Even so. You don't hate me? Not at all." "Ah, yes. I suppose you're too busy worrying about me for that sweet girl that you are." "Stupid thing." Magdalena scuffed the ground once more, agitated, and looked to Micah with intense eyes. "This is so unfair. Didn't mean to grow as attached to you as I have, but it's too late to worry about that. I like talking to you and walking with you. You've brightened up my dreary home considerably. I even like cooking for you to watch you eat and brewing you tea every morning. I've no desire to kill you, but I fear I must if my mistress is to be satiated. I've been searching the forest these last few nights, hoping I might find some stray thieves or bandits I might offer to my mistress in your stead, but I've yet to find so much as a single vagrant." Magdalena. Micah blinked and probably touched by this proclamation. Micah supposed it should have been unnerving that Magdalena had been searching for fresh victims in her stead, but she had spent enough time with Magdalena that such senses had been blunted. It was foolhardily to regard Magdalena as she would a human. Magdalena might have looked as she did, though paler, but her morals were skewed toward those of the undead. To her, humans must have looked like cattle. She ought not to have cared for Micah at all. She still did. She didn't want her to die. It was a sweet sentiment, if nothing else. Have you really been toiling that hard for my sake? I have indeed, like a blasted ox, or perhaps a mad woman. Who's to say? Maybe I've gone mad. I must have to care for a human this much. To such a degree, I'm losing sleep. All for your sake. Magdalena laughed without humor. Her lips curled into a grim, fasty smile of a smile. The simile of a smile. Now, do you understand what I meant when I said that God would laugh at me? I've been toiling for your sake, but it's all been in vain. I've nothing to offer my mistress save myself, and my blood ceased to flow a long time ago. I can only bleed if I've recently fed. If I do not, then what runs through my veins might very well be made of ash. Look. Magdalena removed one of her gloves with an artful flourish, then reached out once more for the rosebuds. This time, however, she did not caress any of the flowers. Instead, she seized one of the slender stems between her fingers, all thorns, and gripped tightly. These thorns would have lacerated a normal person's flesh, bringing forth bright red blood. Magdalena drew away, however. There were only a few droplets of crimson streaking her palms, far less than Micah would have expected. Though her skin had been punctured from the rose's thorns, she appeared otherwise unharmed. Though she could bleed, she did not bleed as freely as a normal human. That must have been something she had given up many, many years ago. I really am a monster. I've no need for your sympathy, Micah. If you show me too much kindness, it will poison me. I don't deserve it. Helena. Micah murmured the other woman's name, but it did not sound right upon her tongue. There were too many syllables which seemed to put them at an uncomfortable amount of distance. Micah paused and tried anew, fingers reaching to cup Magdalena's own scarred ones. No. Lena. Micah? Micah looked into Magdalena's red eyes, which seemed uncommonly beautiful, then said, I don't hate you, Lena, no matter how much you might wish I did. How could I, when you've confided so much in me? I know you do not mean to hurt me, even if you do. And that, I think, is enough for me to forgive you. But if you stay with me, I will kill you. And if I'd married Herr Gerhardt, he would have killed me too, albeit in a slower, more indirect manner. My mother was likewise killing me slowly, but keeping me shut up inside with little to distract me save that awful embroidery hoop. She hurt me every day in all manner of insidious ways, and she was supposed to be my mother. She should have put my own needs first, above all else. But she never did. I don't know if she was fully aware of how much she hurt me, but if she was, she never apologized. She was my own flesh and blood, but I don't think she understood me half as well as you do. At least you seem to care. Well, I can't deny that I do care, much more than I should. I care so much. I fear I might go insane. You aren't the only one. I must be insane too to care so much about a woman who means to kill me. But I can't help how I feel. I've never had much of a life, and I've had few in the way of friends. I understand how you feel, having been shut away inside this house for so many years. I've also been horribly lonely, but I'm less lonely now that I've met you. While part of me wishes that it occurred under better circumstances, I really am glad I met you. So please don't feel guilty. I won't hate you, even if you kill me. I might thank you for it even. If you were the one holding the knife to my arm, then it would probably have been me. And I don't much want to bring my own life to an end. I'm too cowardly for that, and I don't much like pain. I'd rather you do it. That way, at least my own conscience will be clear. That way, and when I do die, I might be able to go to heaven. Yep. It wasn't until later that night that Magdalena paid a second visit to Micah's bedchamber, carrying with her a ceramic bowl and a sharp-bladed knife. Micah had been laying abed when Magdalena arrived, attired in her nightgown. It was late enough that she had wondered whether Magdalena had forgotten about their nightly ritual, but evidently not. Micah had endured these sessions of Magdalena's numerous times, and now knew what to expect from them. Magdalena did not even need to ask Micah to present the inside of her arm this time. Micah did so without complaint, though she still winced when Magdalena pressed the blade of the knife against her wet flesh. Sorry, Magdalena said softly, so softly Micah could have feigned deafness if she had wished while steadying her hand. I don't wish to hurt you, though. I know my apologies mean very little. I cannot undo the pain that I'm making you feel. If they're utterly pointless. Magdalena's expression twisted as she collected Micah's blood, her fingers trembling all the while. Micah's blood soon stained the ceramic bright enough to be garnished during the otherwise understated night. Magdalena must have cut more deeply this time because her wound burned more intensely, and her blood spilled more freely. During their other sessions, Micah's blood would emerge almost shyly, a few anxious drops forming about the thin hairline cut Magdalena inflicted upon her. It was not so tonight, however. There was so much blood. Micah's bedroom began to stink of it. The stench of blood combated the other unpleasant odors Micah often had to contend with, those of dust and mold and neglect, until it was all Micah could smell. She could taste it too in the back of her throat when she swallowed. The air seemed to have taken on the tang of copper. Micah's wound stung as Magdalena squeezed it, freeing yet more blood from within her. Micah winced and bit the inside of her cheek in an attempt to stop her from gasping. She did not want to cry out, not when Magdalena looked so tense already. She did not want Magdalena to feel guilty about hurting her, but surely that was foolish. Magdalena, as her tormentor, ought to have felt guilty about the pain which she was inflicting upon Micah. Micah had no obligation to worry about Magdalena's feelings, whether they may have been. And yet, all right, I think that ought to be enough. Magdalena took a handkerchief from her pocket and then dabbed at Micah's wound. The lukewarm water against her skin stung, and Micah had to bite the inside of her cheek again, harder this time, to stop another encroaching sound of distress. Micah counted to 3 inside her head, trying to soothe herself before she spoke. Lena, what is it? I just wanted to tell you. Oh. Micah yawned and leant back against her pillow. Magdalena was still dabbing her arm at her wound, but all of a sudden Micah felt too drained to remain upright. All of her strength had voided her body, leaving her an empty shell. She always felt exhausted after having her blood drained, but this exhaustion settled upon her more heavily tonight. Micah's arms and legs felt leaden, her fingers and toes quite numb. She could barely curl them, though she tried. Her breathing was regular at least, but shallow, and still the air tasted of blood. Micah might have felt terrible, but she did not blame Magdalena for her plight. If anything, she pitied her. "Thank you." Micah spoke softly, her eyes affixed upon Magdalena's unblinking, despite her fatigue. "What?" Magdalena drew back, clutching her blood-spattered handkerchief in one hand and frowned. "What could you possibly have to thank me for? Don't tell me I've taken so much blood your thoughts are growing addled." "Perhaps they are somewhat. But I'm not so confused. I don't understand my own feelings. I know that you're being as considerate as you can be, given the circumstances." "Considerate?" Magdalena laughed, though it was without humor. "And I know that you don't mean to hurt me. You're trying to console me as best as you can, aren't you?" "I'm trying, yes, but..." "Micah..." Magdalena gripped the handkerchief hard, crumpling it in her right fist. It was still damp with Micah's blood, not that there was much of it. Magdalena had been thorough in emptying Micah's veins into her bowl. The little blood which did stain Magdalena's handkerchief, however, soon stained Magdalena's palm in turn, slipping her dark glove burgundy. Stifling her dark glove burgundy. "How can you say that to me? Do you mean to hurt me?" "What? No, I would never." "Yes, I know you would never. You are a good woman, unlike myself. You're so very kind. In fact, you would seek to sympathize with a monster like me. I'm hurting you. Surely you must be able to feel it. Still, you place my feelings above your own. I don't understand how you can do it. Can you bear to thank me after all I've done to you? If I didn't know you better, I would think you were trying to make me feel guilty. Lena, no desire to make you feel guilty. That would be a pointless enterprise. Why would I bother when I can see that you feel guilty already?" Magdalena stiffened at this. She pocketed her bloody handkerchief, perhaps to stop her anxious hands from rending it in two, then frowned. "Yes, you're quite right. I do feel guilty about this, yet I fail to see what that will feasibly accomplish. My guilt hasn't stopped me from hurting you. It's a worthless emotion that exists only to satisfy my own ego. I'd like to believe I'm not wicked, so I cling to my guilt. It proves, at least in some sense, that I still have a sense of ethics, that I'm still a human, at least in part. But no ordinary human would inflict suffering like this upon another. It's all posturing." "I don't think it is. How can you be posturing when you're being so sincere?" "Maybe I am, but what does it matter? It matters to me. I would hate if you gleaned any enjoyment from treating me like this, but I can see that you don't. This is hurting you too. In fact, I think it hurts you more than it does me. I don't know all the particulars. You wouldn't be doing this if you had a choice." Micah took Magdalena's hand in her own, and squeezing it, she said in an imploring voice, "Is that right? Is that what you think?" Magdalena sighed wretchedly, but did not try to pull away from Micah. Instead, she leant in, squeezing Micah's hand in turn before elaborating. "Sorry to disappoint you, Micah, but I'm not the hopeless victim you seem to believe. I do have a choice in this. I always have. It is my own foolish fault that I choose, and continue to choose a poor one. I don't have to hurt you. I don't have to do anything. If I wanted, I could wash my hands of this farce and move far away, put all this bloodshed behind me, but you can't, though. You say you could. You have your mistress to worry about." "Indeed I do. While I could leave her, I would not wish to. She would be hopeless without me. She can't look after herself. She needs somebody to sustain her. I just so happen to be that unfortunate somebody. I procure victims for her and I keep her fed, and I'm afraid it's not enough for her. I think I might even be afraid of her. Oh, God. Magdalena's expression twisted. I must sound so pathetic. Micah thought of the lurid marks she had seen on Magdalena's arms, a riot of red circles like full-headed flowers, and winced in sympathy with her. I don't think you're pathetic, Lena. I think you've been trying very, very hard for a very long time. And I think you need somebody to console you. Perhaps I'm wrong to feel this way. Perhaps I'm being presumptuous. You can scold me if you want, and I'll relent. But Lena... Oh! Overwhelmed with sympathy, Micah leaned in and wound her arms around Magdalena. You aren't alone. You have me. You can talk to me. If something is the matter, I would like to help you. I care about you, and I don't want to see you upset. Micah, oh Micah. Magdalena sniffled, her eyelashes trembling. Her shoulders began to relax, her body draining of tension. But even as it did, she murmured, "You don't have to pity me. I have no need of the sympathies of a mere human, particularly not when said human is one of my victims. You should be cowering away from me, not holding me even closer." Maybe I should. But as my mother always said, I've never known what's best for me. That's why she arranged my life for me down to the smallest detail. Now that she is no more, I think I had to do what I want for a change. I'm tired of listening to other people. You won't even listen to me? I will if you wish me to. You can push me away if you like, but I thought it might help. But I don't know if there's anything you can do to help me, Micah. You or anybody else. The only person who can help me is me. Magdalena sighed. I ought to tell you to keep your distance, and yet, it has been a long time since I was last embraced. It feels very nostalgic. Relenting, Magdalena leant forth and rested her own chin upon Micah's chest, wherein her heart continued to beat. I can't believe this. I'm seeking solace in the arms of a human of all things. I thought I was stronger than this. You are strong. You must be to have endured so much for so long all alone. But everybody has their limits. Yes, you might be right about that. I think I hit my limit a good while ago. I've been trying to soldier on. My mistress needs me after all, but... Oh God. I can't even cry. I'm still shaking. What is the matter with me? I must look utterly foolish. I already told you, you aren't. Are you sure? Well, maybe a little. Micah laughed softly, which procured for Magdalena offended. Hey! But I don't like you any less for it. In fact, I think I might like you even more. It's nice to know there are more sides of you than meets the eye. I knew there was more to you than the aloof, dignified vampire you first showed me. You might not be a human, but I don't think your feelings are so different from mine. Oh, if only. Magdalena drew back from Micah, though still, her arms were looped around the other woman. Holding her close, she looked into Micah's face and said, You're too kind, Micah. If you keep acting as you are, I'll have a second or third thoughts about harming you further. You don't deserve any of this. I wish I could save you, but it's fine. You saved me once before. If it weren't for your timely intervention, both Henny and I would have been slaughtered by those bandits. You saved me. How could I not love you after that? Micah. Magdalena's ruby red eyes widened, and abashed she looked away. If I had the blood to blush, my face would be pink right now. I'm not embarrassing you, am I? You are horribly so. And you're perplexing me too. You're a foolish girl. Did you know that? Your sympathy towards me is unwarranted, not to mention all this cloying, sickly kindness. I'm drowning in it. Your trust in me is going to get you killed one day. One day soon, in fact. It's killing you already. I know. And I don't care. You said that earlier when you were in the garden. But do you really mean that? Every word. Right now, I only care about being with you. That is quite the proclamation. If I did not know any better, perhaps I would take it as a confession. Perhaps I want you to take it like that. Honestly? Maybe. I know at the very least that I don't hate you. I've grown quite fond of you, in fact. When we're together, my heart starts to beat harder and, well, you might not be able to blush, but I can. Yes, I can see that for myself. Magdalena's eyes trailed across the contours of Micah's face, marveling at how delicate her mouth was, how long her lashes, how flushed, like freshly pricked primrose, her skin. What blood Magdalena had not drained from Micah seemed to be resting beneath the surface of her cheeks, warming them, heat exuding from her like that of a flickering flame. She looked so very enticing. Magdalena hardly knew what she was doing, even as she pressed 2 fingers beneath Micah's chin. Raising her head, thus their eyes meeting once more, Magdalena said, "You really are an idiot. But if you wish, you can be my idiot. For tonight, at least. I think that might at least make me happy. My Micah."
Oh?
Hold on, gotta wipe my nose. Magdalena dipped her head, as though compelled by a powerful magnetism, and sought out Micah's mouth with her own. Her cloak fell from her shoulders as she leant in, revealing just how slender Magdalena truly was, how delicate, as her palms found Micah's. Their fingers pressed together, their eyelids falling shut as they indulged in one another. It was Micah's very first kiss, and it was not as her mother had designed with Walter Gerhardt. Magdalena's lips were cold, as was her skin, and Micah shivered against her. The kiss was not what Micah had imagined over the years when she'd been sequestered away inside her parents' old home. Many times Micah had wondered what her first kiss might be like, had imagined ghostly scores of them as she lay in her bed at night, looking out the window. Never before had a woman like Magdalena factored into Micah's fantasies, with white skin and red eyes, and a heart which did not beat. This was not at all what Micah had anticipated. It felt even better. Was that all we're getting? Ooh. Micah lay in bed later that night, not long after Magdalena had left her, a ghostly vision in white upon her red sheets. She lay back upon her thin aged pillows, her hair fanning outward like a halo. Though she felt tired, sleep refused to come. It remained nothing but a distant dream. Images of the day past and all she had done with Magdalena flickered before her open eyes, like the ghostly images in a phonatoscope? The fuck is that? Micah saw Magdalena holding her breakfast tray, a small smile upon her lips. Magdalena reaching to brush her hair behind one ear, her sleeve slipping down to reveal her bruised arm. Magdalena standing in the rose garden, her head bowed. She saw Magdalena too, as she had been while pressing a knife against the inside of her wrist, her red eyes full of guilt. And later, Magdalena, with her pale eyelashes shown shut, lips pressed against Micah's own. It had been Micah's first ever kiss. She'd not been so intimate with Walter, though he had been her fiancé. Not that Micah saw this as any great loss. The thought of kissing Walter, or any man for that matter, had always turned Micah's stomach. She had liked reading stories, but romance scenes had left her cold. Micah thought she'd be happy if she never had to kiss a man, and that belief still stood. Magdalena might have been a woman, and a vampire besides, but kissing her had felt right. Even now, long after the lips had parted, Micah could remember how it had felt. Her lips throbbed with phantom kisses and blood pooled in her cheeks. Micah pressed one hand to her chest, fingers splayed and sighed. She knew not how she would go to sleep now, with such thoughts racing through her mind. She feared as she lay there, the darkness pressing in upon her, that she would never sleep again. Magdalena had stolen her ability to rest, just as surely as she had stolen away her heart. While Micah lay abed that night, trying to sleep, Magdalena sat at the bedside of another, holding in her hands a dish filled with bright red. Here you are, my mistress. Magdalena preferred the dish to a figure who lay upon the bed before her, her expression one of fearful reverence. I procured it a brief while ago. I fear I tarried a while to see you, and it may have gone cold. It's still fresh, though, and its flavor should not be compromised. I hope it is to your taste. The shadowy figure rose, the metallic chain which bound her clinking, then shifted forth. Her nostrils twitched, savoring the scent of the blood in the dish before she brought her tongue to it, her red lips parting like an awful oozing sore. Magdalena tried not to wince as her mistress pressed her tongue to the quivering meniscus of Micah's gathered blood, nor when the damp, wet sounds of her supping filled the room. The sound of the mistress's feeding was interspaced only with the lowering of the breeze outside. That is a dog drinking. I'm sorry. Sounds like my fucking dog drinking water. I can't. As it rattled against the window panes, it sounded sad and mournful, which seemed rather appropriate. Well, that's a dog drinking. Magdalena had never much enjoyed these feeding sessions with her mistress, but she enjoyed it rather less now. It was hard for her to remain emotionless, a Grecian figure carved from marble, when she knew so intimately the woman whose blood filled this dish. She did not wish to exploit Micah further, nor to hurt her. She could hardly bear the burden of her wicked deeds. They weighed heavier and heavier upon her shoulders with each day that passed, but what was she to do? If she did not bleed Micah, her mistress would suffer in turn. Her mistress, weak and feeble that she was, needed somebody to look after her. She had no way of procuring blood on her own. Girl, that's why you leave and let her die. Had Magdalena not provided for her throughout the years, she would have been long dead. Let the bitch die! Sometimes Magdalena thought this might be for the best, but these thoughts seemed wicked, and they made Magdalena shudder. She could not abandon her mistress, no matter how onerous caring for her had become. They were alike, she and her mistress, two birds of a feather. Society would shun them both for being a pair of misfits. They were both monsters. Magdalena's mistress was the only creature like her she knew of. She was all which stopped Magdalena from being utterly alone, to all which had granted her a purpose. Magdalena had vowed, when first they returned, that she would protect her. I was willing to become the wickedest of villainesses for your sake. I have debased myself, committed vile act after vile act, and for a while, I thought my humanity forfeit. Magdalena sighed, her lips pursed, as her mistress, heedless as always of her words, continued to drink. But I fear I must be softer than I thought. I've killed many, many men without flinching, but the thoughts of killing Micah... Magdalena sighed again, a sigh which seemed to issue forth not just from her chest, but from a deep, shadowy recess inside her. When she exhaled, it left her almost breathless. I don't know if I can do it. Not even for you. I want to make you happy, dear one. The price of your happiness is my Micah's life. That seems like too steep a price to pay. If I keep going as I am, I fear something inside me might break. It has not been broken already, that is. Unable to face her mistress or herself, Magdalena let her eyelids fall closed. Her lashes melted together, long and spiky, like albino spider legs. She did not cry, but she felt phantom tears prickling her eyes regardless. Sobs she could not make racking her slender shoulders. All the while her mistress continued to suck, as a cat might. The pointed tongue lapped Micah's blood, her head bobbing back and forth. Her mistress was in many respects like a pet, eating away contented her, but eventually she would show her claws. All right, okay, we don't need this noise. This is just too distracting. Hold on. Magdalena had been on the receiving end. Girl, do you mind? Are you done? Thank you. The moment I start talking, she'll do it again. Yep. And said cough more times than she could count. Her arms were littered with bruises, which were all the thanks she received for her labor. Aiding her young mistress had never been the most thankful of tasks. But Magdalena had persevered. Long after her mistress had been Magdalena's only purpose in life, for nigh on a century, it had been her only reason to keep going. Now, however, I wish you knew what I was speaking about. I wish you could understand how I felt. I wish that none of this ever happened to me, and especially not to you. I never deserved any of this. My poor dear Christelle. Oh, she's got a name. Boop. It was late at night, the moon round and full, when Henny ventured into the woods, Johann and Heidemarie in tow. Okay, how long is this fucking bit? I might we'll see where this goes, because I'm gonna probably stop here in a minute. It's been 4.5 hours, girl. I've been reading for 2.5. My orgle can only schlund so much. Sorry. I was really stupid German. It was late at night, the moon round and full, when Henny ventured into the woods, Johann and Heidemarie in tow. The woods were every bit as eerie and inhospitable as Henny remembered from her wanderings weeks prior. Can we find what we're looking for, though? You have to go is okay. The boughs of the trees were curled like claws, as though meaning to grab her, and the uneven floor was strewn with loose leaves, twisted roots, and creeping fog. It was a cold, windy night, and the breeze which ran through the boughs of these skeletal trees seemed almost to sob. The breeze nipped at Henny's fingers and at the hem of her sensible black maid's dress, so she shivered. God damn it, this is Halloween weather. I love these sounds. This is like what I live for, is like rustling leaves and wind and cold breeze. Oh, I want it to be fall already. Fuck, spring and summer. Okay, we'll leave off here, because then it'll be easy to start again to see that we're going to be finding Magdalena's home. It's been 4 hours and 30 minutes. That's pretty damn good, I'd say. You know? Another walk for real, bro. Yeah. Oh my god. Put this away. And let's save this for next time. Save. Yes, overwrite. Good. Title. Yes. And we'll check the load. Yep. Quit. Ah, my goodness, my gracious. Ah. Woo! Holy shit. That was a lot of reading. I love reading, though. My bookworm nerd comes out when I read. I spent like all of my youth just reading books. And I used to actually volunteer reading at like the library every now and again. So I like reading. It's fun. But I can only do so much before my brain goes bleh. I hope everyone enjoyed story time. The vampire lesbian and Micah. It was lovely. And I'm very sorry about the trauma you may have experienced with Sylus and Zane, but that was a lot. That holy shit, that was so much fun. I have to think of some other ideas for that. That was, I'm very worried when I put this VOD up that I maybe get clapped, but if I do, I'm going to salute and say it was worth it. And oh, it was delicious content. It was beautiful. It was amazing. It was wonderful. Let's see who we got live. Bomb left live. See, I don't have a bunch of people I follow on here. Yeah, I'll go to bomb left. How many has he got there right now? Oh, he's got 4. We're going to bomb left. He's great. He's lots of fun. I enjoy rating him. He's a great guy. make sure you stick around for Bomb Left. He's really amazing. If you are a Hassan fan, you have definitely seen some of Bomb Left's work. He is the blast off connoisseur of a lot of Hassan's memes. He does a lot of amazing designs, great graphic designer, just all around amazing editor, everything. Does really great clips and funny bits about Hassan streams. So yeah, it's always a fun time, his streams. So make sure you stick around for those. I will be back on Wednesday, as always. And this was amazingly fun. I had so much fun. My stomach hurts still from all the laughing earlier, and it was absolutely unhinged. But yeah, I hope everybody has a lovely evening, morning, afternoon, whatever time of day it is for you. And I will see you guys then next time. Bye.